You're live.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute treat to see several of you in person today. And as we reflect on what is now apparently the other side of this pandemic, it is such a blessing to be with you all this morning. And I just want to thank you for your steadfastness through this past year and hanging in there with us through crazy virtual meetings and all the machinations we had to go through to pull off large-scale virtual meetings. But you guys were amazing. I appreciate you so much. And I also appreciate all of the great communication. So special thanks to Meredith, to Jason, to Tony, and the team for keeping us well informed, despite not being able to see everyone in person. So it's been a delight. We also want to welcome our 4 board members who are joining us virtually this morning. It is a treat to see those 4 Brady Bunch faces as well. So Dr. Poe, Dr. Robinson, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Johnson, it's a pleasure to have you this morning. Does sound okay? Can you guys hear? All right, great. So we hope that we can make this hybrid meeting as interactive as possible, and we'll be paying attention. I can see you at every corner of the room. So if you need me, just signal and I will walk you in. So good morning, everyone. This is a hybrid meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education, our regularly scheduled June 2nd, 2021 meeting. However, we do have board members who are joining us virtually, so a few notes to all of our members who are participating remotely. As always, the meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Therefore, Kentucky board members participating remotely must ensure that your video is streaming and you can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Members participating remotely, as always, please mute your microphones, but feel free to unmute when you need to talk and join in. As always, all discussions must be broadcast to the public. Every time you speak during the meeting, please unmute your mic, state your name, and take a short pause. Seems like this software is catching up with us pretty well, but we want to make sure we capture all of your comments. And for any items that require a vote, because we do have virtual participation today, we will continue to record each vote with a full roll call. At that time, state your name and your vote on the item. Everyone, in person and remotely, please silence or turn off any other electronic devices that might disrupt the sound feed for today's meeting. And Meredith, I think we're ready for roll call.
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams, here.
Claire Batts.
Claire Batts, here.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, here.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling, here.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, here.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Cody Polly Johnson, here.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, I'm here.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I'm here.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I'm here.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, I'm here.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, present.
Dr. Amanda Ellis on behalf of CPE President Erin Thompson.
Amanda Ellis, I'm present.
Soliana Mesfin.
Soliana Mesfin, I'm present.
Allison Sloan.
Allison Sloan, I'm present.
All right, thank you. I will note that Dr. Poe does have to leave at a point in the meeting today for an event that he's committed to, so we'll make a note of that in the minutes when you have to step away, Dr. Poe. Thank you for joining us. The first item of business today under internal board business is approval of the summary minutes for April 7th, 2021 for our regular April meeting, as well as May 18th special meeting and May 28th awards committee meeting. Those minutes are, of course, included in the portal. You received those in advance. Do we have any corrections to any of these minutes? All right. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I make a motion we so approve.
Thank you, Ms. Bowling. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. Any further discussion about the approval of the minutes? All right, Meredith, please call roll.
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams, present.
It'll be a yes or no vote.
Oh, yes.
That's right, we're
being first.
I think that's the first time you've ever missed it.
Yes.
Claire Bass,
Yes.
Holly Ledford,
Yes.
Jamie Bolden,
Yeah. Jamie Bowling and I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson,
Yes.
Cody Polly Johnson,
Yes.
Patrice McCrary,
Yes.
Randy Poe,
Yes.
Sharon Robinson,
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
Lee Todd, yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, yes. All right, thank you. The next item is discussion and approval of the recipient of the Grissom Award. So I will turn it over to our wonderful Awards Committee Chair, Patrice McCrary.
Thank you, Chair. I'm only as wonderful as my team who helps come up with these winners. So you as a part of that, as well as Claire Batt, Soliana Meston, and it's one of my absolute honors to have the opportunity to share with the remainder of the board a presentation of a winner for the Grissom Award for Innovation in Special Education. It's given in recognition of the late Johnny Grissom, who served at the KBE in the role of Associate Commissioner for the Office of Special Instructional Services. She provided steadfast commitment, service, and leadership, striving to help all students achieve at high levels, regardless of their disabilities. This award is given each year to a Kentuckian or a Kentucky organization to honor outstanding dedication to improving student achievement for students with disabilities. Criteria for the award include leadership or implementation of innovative practice and curriculum, instruction, or assessment that leads to improved learning, post-secondary or workforce outcomes for students with learning or behavior differences, and district or schools demonstrating significant improvement or sustained excellence in learning or behavior outcomes for students with learning or behavior differences. On behalf of the awards committee, I'm very pleased to share that the committee met last week on May 28th and determined that candidate number 6 best met the criteria of the award. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidate 6 as the recipient of the Kentucky Board of Education Grissom Award for Innovation in Special Education, and as the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidate 6 at the board's upcoming August regular meeting.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Patrice. And as this motion comes out of committee, it does not require a second, but many thanks to the committee for all of the reading that goes into preparing for those meetings and for the opportunity to work through these. It was a pleasure to see how many applications we had for this award, all of whom were very worthy. So we have a motion from the committee to approve applicant 6. Meredith, would you please call roll?
Joanne Adams,
Joanne Adams. Yes.
Claire Batt,
Yes.
Holly Ledford,
I vote yes.
Jamie Bolden,
I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson,
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary,
Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson,
Cody Polly Johnson, I vote yes.
Randy Poe,
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson,
Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
Lee Todd, I vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes. All right, thank you so much. The next item, always one of our favorites, is our good news items reports. And I have Dr. Todd first, but let me see what. The script looks like maybe it goes to Ms. Sloan first. Yes, there we go.
It's my honor today to tell you about a Kentucky Guardsman who protects the U.S. Capitol while teaching high school back home remotely. Kentucky high school teacher and Army National Guard Lieutenant Sam Whitehead was on assignment in D.C. since January in the attack on the U.S. Capitol and was on duty nearly around the clock. With the permission of his commanders, Sam, a platoon leader, said he periodically stepped away from protecting lives and property to remotely teach his students in Moorhead's Round County High School. Sam was the only public school educator in the state of Kentucky who was teaching virtually while on active duty in the National Guard in Washington. He was available 24/7 for both taking late emails from students or getting calls from soldiers or his chain of command. Sam said Round County Schools recognizes the importance of Guard's mission in Washington and is very supportive of it. And the National Guard and his chain of command know what he does back home is important too. Sam taught a dual credit class virtually and said it showed how we all can continue to work together to put students first. Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman said Sam is a wonderful example of the impact teachers can have on the lives of their students and even beyond the classroom walls. Our kids are lucky to have a real-life example of what it means to serve. And I'd kind of like to add that I know Lieutenant Whitehead personally. He is a friend and a colleague from Round County Schools. Sam, as we call him, is considered one of the best by many of his students. He's been nominated for the Teacher of the Week by many students numerous times. He won the Fort Bank Extra Credit Teacher of the Week award once. And if you're lucky enough to know Sam, you know that he takes great pride in helping both his students and his soldiers. It's in the moments of their success that he feels accomplished as a teacher and a lieutenant. But I'd be mistaken not to mention his greatest pride and joys are his daughters, Hannah and Savannah, who are at home when he's away.
That was lovely. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you for your service, Lieutenant Whitehead. We hope you'll be able to watch a recording of this. I think he's in training.
Yes,
this
he
week.
is this week.
And thank you for bringing that item to our attention too, Allison. So wonderful to be able to recognize a colleague. The next good news item goes to Dr. Todd.
I'm pleased to have some comments about the STLP project, which has been going on for a number of years under David Couch's leadership. I've attended some of the live presentations at the Rupp Arena, and it's really exciting to see these kids come from all over the state and have the enthusiasm that they do. For the last 2 years, it's been held virtually, and that's quite a commendation to keep the discipline and do the projects. The championship consists of 3 main events: online project presentations, digital project displays, and live challenges where students demonstrate skills in technology fields. Teams submitted digital presentations of their technology projects that were completed over the course of the school year. Each illustrated how the team addressed the new Kentucky academic standards for technology. The best project in Kentucky was selected for each grade division, along with the best technical project in Kentucky. Projects were submitted as individual or as team entries and included displays of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math-related competencies. Categories included media literacy awareness, original photo essay, augmented reality. We didn't have that when I was in school. Screen capture tutorials, digital storytelling, and documentaries. We'd like to congratulate all of the state championships. The winners are Best K-5 Project, SES Trail Cam Team, Simpson Elementary School in Simpson County. Best 6 through 8 Project, Share Your Arts Logo, Tampa at Bluegrass, Fayette County. Best 9 through 12 Project, TCHS MC, Trimble County, and junior and senior high schools together. Best Technical Project, Davis Singular Award, the Virtual Reality Education, Russell High School, and Russell Independent received that award. Everyone's invited to learn more about this STLP and check out the amazing work by visiting stlp.education.kentucky.gov. I've talked to some of the children that have gone through this, or students who've gone through this experience, and it's totally a life-changing opportunity for them to dwell on something. They feel a camaraderie with the students around the rest of the state. And when they get together and see ones in Western Kentucky, Central Kentucky, and Eastern Kentucky, they realize that we've got a lot of breadth of knowledge around here, and it's great just to get them together. And that day is exhilarating when it happens. So congratulations to David on his continued success leading this program.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks so much. I know that's near and dear to your computer genius. So that's a great opportunity. And I believe we're making efforts to coincide our April 2022 meeting again so that we can attend as well.
Great.
So looking forward to that already. The next good news item is Joanne Adams, the graduation of the Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf.
Yes. We would like to give a big congratulations to the 2021 graduating class of the Kentucky School for the Blind and the Kentucky School for the Deaf. Patrice and I were just absolutely privileged to join Commissioner Glass and Chair Young in representing the board at their graduation this past Wednesday. There were 7 students that graduated from the Kentucky School for the Blind in Louisville. They are Logan Wayne Armstrong, Elizabeth Danielle Hardiman, Tira Nicole Bowens, Audrey Nicole Griffith, Joseph Michael Mowry, Alexandra Rosalina Delgado, and Theodore Bernhardt Tipke. I know there was not a dry eye in our little corner of the KBE and KDE contingency when the students gave a rose to the person who had helped them the most in graduating. It was just absolutely moving, and I want to commend Peggy Sinclair Morris, the principal, for recognizing each student in such a moving way. The Kentucky School for the Deaf held their graduation at the school in Danville. And their graduating class included Kaylin Anthony Barrett, Corbin Allen Bishop, Dakota James Buck, Michaela Anaya Crumble, Priscilla Angelina Godfrey, Tracy Michelle Henson, Elizabeth Ann Holcomb, Haley Renee Kircher, Kaylin Ahua Moffitt, Tia Sue Moores, and Lucas Kai Oberlin. Principal Toya Roby and her staff and the interpreters were just celebrating so much with their students, and there was such a strong support from the alumni as well. And every student that got their diploma did a little celebration, and we were just all celebrating with them. So congratulations to those folks. And I tell you, from the little celebration dances at the Kentucky School for the Deaf to the Great Pyrenees service dog that graduated along with the student, it was just a moving, wonderful day, and I was just so thankful to be able to be part of that.
We were so glad you were there. It was a great event, and Principal Roby and her team had to pivot at the last minute with impending rainstorms and move from outside on the lawn to inside and made it look easy. And I was sitting by Patrice McCrary. Her purse is like a clown car with Kleenexes coming out. Just saying. So she's a bit of a puddle. That's true. So it was a great day. It reminds us about why we do what we do. The next item from Cody Pauly Johnson.
Okay, we are excited to note that 2 Kentucky high school students have been named 2021 U.S. Presidential Scholars. Their selection was announced by U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona on May 13th. Sarah Belcher of Pikeville High School, Pikeville Independent, and Justin Michael Birch of St. Xavier High School in Louisville are 2 of 161 high school seniors across the nation recognized for their accomplishments in academics, the arts, and career and technical education. As Education Commissioner Jason E. Glass said, the work of these 2 students reflects highly on their dedication and commitment to excellence, and also on this outstanding work being done in Kentucky schools. The White House Commission on Presidential Scholars selects scholars annually based on their academic success, artistic and technical excellence, essays, school evaluations, and transcripts, as well as evidence of community service, leadership, and demonstrated commitment to high ideals. The Presidential Scholar Class of 2021 will be recognized for its outstanding achievements this summer. The U.S. Presidential Scholars Program has honored over 7,600 of the nation's top performing students since its inception in 1964. Congratulations to these 2 Kentucky students. We're very proud of you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Cody, and I know how happy you are to represent Pikeville along with our student from St. X. So congratulations to those students as well. I love it in our celebrations today that we have rural kids and urban kids and students from all over the Commonwealth. That's awesome. And our last recognition for this morning from up in Northern Kentucky goes to Dr. Poe. I don't know if you're muted, Dr. Poe. I don't actually see your video right now. I'm going to just text and check in with him, and we can come back to this item. I still want to give him a chance to share, if that's possible. So we'll turn to Dr. Ellis, who's here representing President Erin Thompson of the Council on Post-Secondary Education.
Thank you, Chair Young. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Of course, Dr. Thompson wish he could be here, and Allison and I were just talking about how ridiculous his schedule is, and I know Commissioner Glass feels the same. As things are ramping up this summer, there is no rest for the weary, to say the least. So he sends his regards. A few updates he just wanted to make sure you all were aware of is that the CPE recently capped tuition increases to near historic lows for the next 2 years, allowing universities to raise tuition up to 3% through 2023. This is a really big conversation, as you can imagine, and a hard decision, but it is something that they continue to hear about affordability and for students to be able to access our universities, our public universities. So that's something that's been a really big deal. The average increase is about only 1.5%, or universities can go below that, obviously, but that is something that they were really pleased with and worked really closely with the campus presidents. Also, we have just recently gained 3 new board members, just to bring to your attention. Karen Hoover, Madison Silver, and Doris Thomas were the newly appointed folks to our CPE board. Those who rolled off were our chair. 2 of them were our chair and vice chair, so we do have a new chair and a new vice chair. Our new chair is Lucas Menser. Lucas has served on our board for a while and just got appointed, and his vice chair is Eric Ferris. And Eric Ferris is a fairly new member, and so we're really excited about this ongoing leadership. They're very pumped about what's to come, and we're in the middle of working on our strategic plan, so it's great timing for new leadership to step in. Also, just wanted to make you aware, you may or may have not have seen on social media, we've done a series of data briefs focused on lifetime earnings by education level and other demographic characteristics. It talks about the importance of furthering your education in some type of post-secondary pathway and the importance of lifelong learning and earnings and success. So that's something that's out there. Yesterday, CPE and KY Stats worked together to testify to the Interim Joint Committee on Education about the implementation of HB 419. And what that is, it's called the Students' Right to Know Act. This new law calls on CPE to lead the process of creating greater transparency for students on the range of topics. That includes college costs, student debt levels, graduation rates, time to completion. So it gives a broader picture of cost and time that it takes to earn different credentials and degrees. And so that is going to be, you'll start to see some publication go out about that. It was shared with the Interim Joint. As I stated earlier, they were very pleased with the outcomes of that. So you'll be seeing information. And last but not least, which I love to end on something with students, is that Chair Young was able to join us in Garrett County earlier in May. We had a TikTok challenge that many people participated in willingly. Allison did as well, and I think Lou has the cutest grandson across TikTok Nation. If you haven't met Ellis, you need to watch. But this is really to promote FAFSA. We're really down right now, and there's about $40 million that's left on the table in Kentucky alone every year, and that's going to be more because of COVID and just the lack of ability to get to many of our students. And so we were trying to positively promote the TikTok challenge and encourage high schools to be involved. Garrett County actually had 2 sisters. They are phenomenal young ladies, and Karen and Jaden. Karen is the oldest, I believe, and she just graduated EKU. She had graduated 4 days before we recognized her and was just hired as the Spanish teacher next year for Garrett County. And they're just lovely young ladies. The younger sister is a junior this year, and they had done a TikTok, worked with the communications at Garrett County, and actually had the most likes. So we got to recognize them in Garrett County and just the folks working towards making college accessible, or even just your post-secondary decisions, and we really appreciated them, and I hope we tap into them to be spokesladies for us because they were wonderful with their message. We had high school seniors, and I will tell you, Garrett County high school seniors were incredibly engaged. They were respectful, and if I was a senior in May to sit in a conference or a large group setting, I wouldn't have wanted to, and they were all wonderful, very engaging, and we had a great representation of post-secondary and K-12, and I was just really encouraged by the partnership. So I will end there, but thank you for the time.
It was a great day. It was a really good day, and the president of Eastern Kentucky University was there, and he was engaging with the students afterwards, giving out T-shirts to those who are already committed to EKU, and chatting up the ones that weren't. So,
That's right. That's right.
So I also really appreciate the threads that you and Erin have been so diligent to pull around affordability and accessibility. We heard that throughout your report, and all of the work that you guys have been doing over the past year to try to mitigate what otherwise could be an enrollment disaster. So thank you for all of that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And looks like Dr. Poe is back with us, so sorry about that, Randy. We are going to turn for the item around the the Kenton County Educator of the Year.
Yeah, sorry about that. I guess too many, the microphone and the leave button is close and I hit the wrong one, trying to unmute. I apologize there. But it is indeed a pleasure, like the others, to announce another great news item today. The Kenton County Educator, who is named the 2021 Kentucky Education Association's Teacher of the Year. We'd like to congratulate Leanne Lewis, a 9th grade English teacher at Simon Kenton High School in Northern Kentucky. Leanne has been named the 2021 Teacher of the Year, as we just mentioned. Leanne was inspired by her experiences with her teachers as well as at home. Her mother, Sally, was a longtime preschool teacher at a church and a kindergarten instructional assistant. Lewis works with a diverse population of students with a wide variety of needs and values. Some students read grade levels below their reading level and struggle with food insecurity and emotional issues that make learning more difficult. Leanne has developed a reading curriculum that presents her students with the opportunity to explore social justice issues and improve a program to enhance freshman success and college readiness. She has also provided students with the social and emotional skills to succeed in her class and in life. The award is presented annually to a KEA educator who exhibits excellence in 5 critical areas of teaching: professional practice, advocacy for the profession, attention to diversity, community engagement, and leadership in professional development. In addition to receiving this year's KEA award as Teacher of the Year, Lewis was awarded the 2021 Kenton County's Be Like Mr. Rogers Award, named a top 20 educator in Cincinnati Magazine in 2019, and received the Northern Kentucky Education Association 2016 Teacher of the Year Award. During the pandemic year especially, Lewis believes her role as an educator is part of the community as well as the school, and to never stop learning. So we want to definitely send our congratulations to Leanne, and especially during this COVID year, stepping up and making a change and being a game changer in students' lives. So congratulations, Leah, for an outstanding job.
Excellent. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Dr. Poe. At this point, we have Lieutenant Governor Coleman is traveling, so we will postpone her report in hopes that she or a designee will be able to join us a little bit later. And then I will turn it over to a report from our own Commissioner of Education.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll just begin by saying it's a delight to see so many of you in person. It's a welcome change.
It feels good.
I'll begin just by announcing some new staff that we have at the Department and the Office of Finance and Operations, all starting on May 1st. We have 4 staff members: Allison Sadler, Nicholas Cavender, Michelle Austin, and Joshua Rowe joined us. In the Office of Educational Technology, Austin Parsons has joined us. And in the Office of Special Education and Early Learning, Natasha Menifee has joined us. So we look forward to you getting the chance to meet all of them, as well as we return to post, we round the corner on this pandemic. We're also excited to announce the Kentucky Coalition for Advancing Education, which held its first meeting last night. This coalition brings together diverse perspectives from across the Commonwealth and will co-create a vision with communities, foster local innovations, and advance policy recommendations that will shape the future of education in Kentucky. And you may recall, Board, this is one of the goals that you established for me, was to convene a group of Kentuckians to have this conversation. In order to bring together the necessary perspectives for this group, KBE recognized that 3 distinct groups of stakeholders were necessary to be included. One of those was critical stakeholders, and these were individuals that we felt were critical that they be involved, and so we reached out and selected them, asked them to be part of it. A second group was interested stakeholders, so we asked anyone in the state who was interested in taking part could apply and be part of it. And a third group was potential stakeholders, and these were individuals that may not have been aware or historically are underrepresented in efforts, statewide conversations, and so we reached out through a sampling of principals in the state to identify individuals who might be in that potential stakeholder group. The final makeup of the coalition was made up of a third of each of those groups, so we have a really diverse and well-rounded group that makes up this coalition. They will be tasked with co-creating and co-designing policy recommendations, and the coalition will collaborate to build new tools, systems, and approaches for education in the Commonwealth. And our own Madam Chair, Lou Young, is there as representing the Board of Education on that group. Shifting gears, I'd like to welcome 18 new Kentucky Public High School students who were named last week to the Commissioner Student Advisory Council. The council was established to provide feedback on critical issues impacting students and schools. And members work with the staff at KBE to develop ideas to strengthen the student voice and transform education. The group meets both in person and virtually to discuss how decisions are made at the state level affecting students in Kentucky. And we actually just met yesterday in this room and had a wonderful conversation. We started out a little slow. I think people had to shake off the COVID blues, but it ended up with a really lively discussion, and we gained a lot of insight from our students. I particularly enjoyed the policy discussions that we had that Dr. Brewer organized for us, and the conversation that we had around as we recover and emerge from COVID, what are some things that we had through that experience that we want to hang on to, that we want to amplify? What are some things that we want to leave behind, and what's a new reality that we want to create? So we got good feedback from our students on that group. It's essential that students have an active, purposeful voice in decision making, especially as we begin to define what learning will look like after the pandemic. Newly selected members will serve for the 21-22 school year and then join 13 returning members. As was mentioned, we had graduation at the School for the Deaf and the Blind, and I have updates from both of those schools. Kentucky School for the Blind is offering 3 weeks of summer school programs in June. The first week, June 7th through 11th, next week is open to KSB students as well as other students throughout the Commonwealth who are blind or visually impaired. The final 2 weeks will address learning loss due to the pandemic, as well as specific areas of expanded core curriculum, including orientation and mobility, recreation and leisure, self-determination, and independent living skills. Students will also focus on social emotional learning and self-care. KSB students will participate in the Insight Post-Secondary Prep Program at Morehead State University this summer from June 5th through 12th. This program is dedicated to promoting college and career readiness for students who are blind or visually impaired. It was designed to promote self-advocacy, independent living, and provide an opportunity for students to experience college life. Students will stay on campus at Morehead State's University dormitory, eat in cafeteria on campus, and attend college classes. So we're excited about both those opportunities for students at KSB. Shifting to KSD, summer school is open to all KSD students and will be held June 2nd through the 25th. Students will stay on campus, with most students choosing to attend all 4 weeks. Theme for this summer school is Into the Wild. The program will focus on core content instruction and enhanced learning opportunities in the afternoons. High school students were asked if they wanted to have a prom this school year, and the students chose, instead of a prom, to have an outdoor social, including a staff versus student volleyball game and a cookout. Students also enjoyed a bonfire around a fire pit that was built by students. Students and staff this past spring enjoyed the annual Kentucky Derby Day at KSD. The celebration is a tradition for the school. Students learn about the Kentucky Derby. Elementary students participate in a race using stick horses, and the winners receive roses. And I think what ends up happening is you end up running and holding the stick. KSD's everyday activities have been occurring at the school since the early 1980s, so it's a tradition at the school. An update on our area technology centers. The new Esto County Area Technology Center was approved and funded in the 21 regular session of the Kentucky General Assembly. The school is now the 52nd ATC within the Kentucky Tech State Operating System. The Estill County ATC facility is under construction and is adjacent to Estill County High School. The facility has 39,000 square feet and is projected to be ready for the start of school in August. They're working quickly. Career and technical education pathways offered within the Estill County ACT will include diesel technology, electrical technology, computer science, health science, engineering, and industrial maintenance. In addition to Estill County, ATC will serve students from Estill and Powell counties. Lake Cumberland ATC is finishing up construction on a new 54,000 square foot facility, which will also be ready for the start of school in August. Russell County Schools Superintendent Mike Ford extends an invitation to you, Kentucky Board of Education members, to attend the ATC's open house Sunday, August 1st, 2021 at 2 o'clock. And I will have to find out from these superintendents how they're getting this construction done so quickly. As a superintendent, I was never able to get anything done without 6 months of advanced work. So, Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks. My full report can be found in the board portal. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And last night's meeting was a wonderful launch. And one of the things I just appreciate about you so much, we heard it through your report too, but it was evident last night and through the Commissioners Advisory Council, is the way that you are so intentional about engaging students in the conversation. So I appreciate that very much. Thank you. All right. At this point, we will turn to approval of the consent agenda. As always, this item allows the board to approve the consent agenda as a group in one action, as opposed to hearing each individual item. KBE staff identified these items as those that are non-controversial and routine in nature. So the items contained in the consent agenda with KBE context, if needed, are as follows. You'll see the items there under action items A. As a reminder, this item, which does require a vote, consists of the consent agenda and allows for approval in one action. The consent agenda was distributed to you in advance of the meeting to allow sufficient time for review. But at this time, does any member wish to have any of the consent items removed to regular discussion at this point? As no items are to be moved, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda. Do we have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. And do we have a second? Second. Thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. On that motion and second, do we have any further discussion related to consent agenda items? Dr. Brewer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Yes.
Claire Babb.
Yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Yes.
Albus Johnson.
Yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Yes.
Cody Holly Johnson.
Yes.
Randy Ho.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes.
Okay, Chair, all members have voted.
All right, thank you. And is Mr. Piercy here?
Yes, he is. He is around the corner, so hopefully.
Excellent. I hadn't seen him. But I only see him on Facebook, so I hope I recognize him in 3D. So.
He's running the other corner.
So many corners. I feel like we should yell surprise or something like that.
We are a little ahead of schedule today.
That's good. Doesn't always happen.
We asked people to participate remotely, and they took that to heart. Everyone is sort of scattered.
That's right. Hey, there he is. We thought about jumping out and yelling surprise on him. So the next item on our agenda is a project update about teachers passing notes. So we are honored today to have joining us the 2021 Kentucky Teacher of the Year, Mr. Donnie Piercy. Donnie is working on a sabbatical project, and I saw on Facebook that you had your new KBE name tag, so that makes it real. Excellent. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Piercy to share about his work, and congratulations. We're so proud of you as a representative of all of your teacher colleagues across Kentucky.
Awesome. Thank you so much. First off, good morning. It's always nice to see people not over tiny faces on Zoom or Meet or whatever kind of platform we're using for digital stuff. But like Lou mentioned, when I was given the chance to have a sabbatical with the Kentucky Department of Ed, I was really interested in, what's something that I could put together for teachers? Because I feel like for the last 15 months, all of us have just felt like we've been in these creative silos where we've been able to bounce ideas off of each other, whether it's through social media, but we really haven't had that time to talk to other teachers one-on-one. And so is the slideshow queued up?
Should be coming up here in just a second.
I was hoping I'd be able to get away without saying, "Can you see my screen?" Have that in a second. But anyway, so I've decided to put together a project for teachers. And it's something that I'm going to be spending the next 6 months on. In a sense, it's kind of a video blog, sometimes called a vlog, where I'll be traveling across the state, talking to different teachers, interviewing different teachers. And, I feel like I spent the past 6 months, just trying to come up with a title for what this project will be called. Ended up going with Teachers Passing Notes. I wanted to call it Passing Notes, but I looked it up, and passingnotes.com costs $52,000 per person. Probably not in the Department of Education's budget for that, so went with the $12.99 teacherspassingnotes.com. But in a nutshell, go to the next slide. In a nutshell, Teachers Passing Notes is a project designed to help us teachers or to help educators who for the past, like I mentioned, year and a half have really felt siloed, that we've been kind of trapped in these creative bubbles where we're so used to bumping into our colleagues in the hallways. Hey, even just because of COVID protocols, not being able to say to them like, "Oh, I saw you were doing something really cool with your students. Could you tell me something more about how that project works?" And so what Teachers Passing Notes is, it's a project where I'll be traveling around the state of Kentucky for the next 18 months. And instead of me just, tweeting out something or taking a picture of, oh, here's a bulletin board, here's a photo of a teacher doing something in their classroom, instead I'll be talking with these educators one-on-one, getting a chance to, first off, give them a chance to share some of the ways that they interact creatively with their students. So that way we can start to come out of these creative silos. Next slide, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay, cool. So one of my big goals in this project is to really amplify the voices of educators across Kentucky. And not just for the sake of them hearing themselves talk, but instead giving them a chance to kind of collaborate with others in kind of a different kind of format. Next slide, please. It's always fun, like, what's the delay between, like, if you ask next slide, like, how long until it pops up? But anyway, like, I do feel like Kentucky has some of the most creative teachers in the nation. And, you know, I've been teaching in Kentucky now. This is my 15th year of teaching elementary school. And I generally believe that, you know, as people in Kentucky, as educators in Kentucky, we really are some of the most creative teachers in the country. And I'm proud to call myself a Kentucky teacher, even though kind of my dark little secret is I grew up in Massachusetts, but I've lived in Kentucky now for 21 years. I lived in Massachusetts for 18 years, so I'm, you know, if you look at it as a whole, I'm kind of a Kentuckian, right? It's where I call home now. But anyway, so this project, Teachers Passing Notes, will actually put a spotlight on some of the creative practices of Kentucky teachers. We go to the next slide, please. And like I mentioned, throughout this summer, I've actually already started last week, which is kind of fun. I'll be traveling to elementary, middle, and high schools across the state, interviewing teachers, talking to them in their classrooms, in their spaces, and giving them a chance to showcase some of the things that they do, not just for themselves, but for the teachers and students in their buildings. Next slide, please. So, you know, these ideas, or what I'm calling notes, could be anything. It could be like a unique classroom management strategy. It could be a math technique that they've developed that they're starting to see success with that they want to share or pass on to others. It could be a new approach to teaching poetry, writing, a collaborative technique that they use in their PLCs. Whatever it is, I'm going to be looking over the next 6 months and giving teachers in Kentucky a chance to share some of these ideas with other educators. Next slide, please. And, you know, my big hope with this project is that, you know, that they don't just sit there and get, you know, a couple of views on YouTube. Instead, my hope is that these will be passed around and really provide an inspirational spark so other Kentucky teachers can pass them on. Oh, did you see what this teacher in Breathitt County is doing? Did you see what this kindergarten teacher in Fayette County is doing? I want to do something like that too. Next slide, please. So, you know, I've been teaching for 15 plus years, and, you know, I've learned that just collaboration is one of the most important things that an educator has. The pandemic has made it really, really hard outside of us sharing silly TikTok videos to collaborate with others. And my hope is that this site and this web series will really kind of make this collaboration and these teachers in Kentucky a little bit more accessible to each other. Next slide. So again, I'm kind of a tech guy. Some of y'all know that. And so, you know, I had to design a website too. So we can take a look at this site real quick. So, you know, in a nutshell, if you scroll down a little bit there, you know, there's 4 different things that someone who visits the site can check out. First off, if we can scroll down a little bit more there, if they want to just see some of the videos that are on there, they can click the button that says videos. There's a 3-second delay, I just figured out. And then if you scroll down, again, I've already had an interview with Mr. Demby last week, and we'll watch a brief snippet of that video in a second. But down the bottom, right below that, will be some of the other teachers that I'll be meeting with throughout June. And one of my big goals is when we start to announce some of the candidates for the 2022 Kentucky Teacher of the Year, when we narrow it down, that I'll be talking to some of those teachers as well and give them a chance to spotlight some of the things that make them great teachers in Kentucky. Let's go back up the top. We'll watch a brief snippet in a second, but up the top a little more. I feel like I'm controlling with my voice. I'm like, okay, Google, teachers. But again, because of the pandemic, you know, we really haven't had much of a chance to kind of collaborate with people outside of people in our buildings, and maybe some of those interactions that we've seen online. So if you scroll down a little bit, like every time I interview a new teacher, anytime I talk to a new educator, if you like what you saw, their contact info is going to be posted directly on that site, whether it's their email address, if they're on Instagram, social media, who knows, if they're still in an AOL chat room, for crying out loud. Like, I'll put it on there, so that way, if you liked what you saw and you wanted to connect with them, you have that opportunity to do that. And then the final thing, and this is what you know, kind of a I teach elementary school, but I'm kind of a geography nerd by trade. So up the top, I'm going to be putting together a map. So a little button at the top here that says the map. If you scroll down, as I talk to different teachers, my goal by 2022 is to interview at least 50 teachers across Kentucky, not just in Jefferson County and Fayette County, which always seems to be the go-to. So my goal is to talk to 50 teachers across the state, and then have those on there where this actually works right now. If you click some of those place marks, the videos will pop up. Just click the coming soon one. But those videos and things will pop up. They can actually play it right on the map. So give us a chance to showcase that it's not just teachers in this one county, but it's teachers from all 120 counties across Kentucky that are coming up with these creative ideas. All right, last thing, go to the top. What we'll do is Tony, are you still okay?
Yeah. I'd like to show a little bit of the
Yeah, so if you click where it says the notes up the top and scroll down a little bit, again, I think the sound should come through.
Yes, I think Megan went in there. So
all right. And I think we can go full screen too. But, each video will be about 5 to 10 minutes long-ish. Say ish, because, sometimes it's like, oh, but this one might be a little bit shorter. And it's kind of done in informal kind of video log, a vlog kind of format. My students told me that I always have to say, mash that bell and like and subscribe at the end. So I put that at the end. Get some cheap laughs, see. But anyway, if you press play, you can just watch a couple minutes of what one of these is going to look like. It is playing right now. Yeah.
Hey all, it's Donnie and welcome to Teachers Passing Notes. Had kind of a cool opportunity the other day, got to go and meet this guy.
Hey y'all, my name is Kyrie Denby. I am the music teacher here at Jacob Elementary School. I've been teaching for about 16 years. I always say about because I always teach. I don't know what else to say.
No.
Okay.
So what that delightful introduction from Kyrie won't tell you is that he's the author of 9 children's books, had an active career in music before he got into education almost 20 years ago, has a pretty active YouTube channel where he produces songs for his students. And the amazing part is that he's able to take all of these skills outside of the classroom and uses them to teach his students inside the classroom lessons about social emotional learning. So let's go ahead and let's meet Kyrie. So after cruising west on I-64 for what felt like forever, finally arrived at Jacob Elementary School in Louisville, Kentucky. Kyrie, he was super nice, met me right at the door. We chatted for about 15 minutes while I set up my recording equipment. And then right off the bat, we started to talk about some of the books that he had written for his students.
I brought a few of them to show, and this is Simon the Self-Controlled Seal.
Oh, cool.
Taylor the Truth-Telling Tiger. And then I made this one I just did this year, Simon Faces Bully the Blowfish.
So Kyrie is not a classroom teacher per se, he is a music teacher. And I was really interested in why would a music teacher write 9 children's books?
I always tell people I'm like a
We can stop there.
Yeah, and if you'd like to watch the rest of it, it is available on the website.
Yes. Anyway, so you kind of see the style, right? It's kind of informal. It's meant to be something fun, but ultimately it's focusing on each video is something that these different teachers are doing that, one, gets results from students, but more importantly, it is something, well, also importantly, is something that other teachers in Kentucky can watch, learn, and benefit from. In Kyrie's video, he talks about how, did you know you can publish books for free on Amazon? I had no idea that you could do that. I consider myself to be someone who's pretty tech savvy, so I went home like, I'm doing that this fall after this event. I'm doing that this fall with my students. right? So, I learned something new, so I know that, there's teachers in Kentucky from these series of interviews who'll be able to get something too. But the important thing is, right, I have, and we all have those teachers that we know, and you probably saw on the site, I had a list of about 15 to 20 teachers, just that over the past 15 years of teaching, I know are phenomenal educators and make a good interview. But I need other ideas too. I want to meet new teachers. So when you go to the site, teacherspassingnotes.com, right up the top, there's a button up there that says submit an idea. And if you are a teacher in Kentucky, or some of you, if you have a teacher in mind, it's like, ooh, I need to send this to this person right now because you won't believe what they do with their middle schoolers. You can send them right to the site. They can fill out this form. And I will not respond to them within 30 seconds, right? But all of it gets added to a database that over the next few months, I'd love to get a chance to get into their classrooms, to talk to them, to add more notes to this site. Because, this is what I'll be working on for KBE for the next 6 months till the start of 2022. But ultimately, this is something that I want to build beyond my sabbatical as well. Like, I don't want it, because it's not like creativity ends when it's the new year, right? So I did want to get a chance to, if anybody has any questions, you're free to ask. Sorry, I kind of threw that in there.
No, this is great. You have two colleagues who were former Teachers of the Year on this board, so I feel like we'll have lots of questions. Board, you may remember that Mr. Denby, whom we just saw in the video, was one of our 2 Robinson Award recipients for 2021, so a great choice there. I will also tell you, I saw on Facebook that Mr. Piercy's able video production assistant is Ramona Piercy.
Yes.
All of maybe
She's
9 years old.
by the way. The way that she helps out is she throws the stuff off the table.
Exactly. Please.
I do have a quick question. First of all, congratulations.
Thanks.
Second of all, tremendous idea. That's amazing. I love your take on that. Third, your presence is incredible. I felt like I was watching, a PBS channel or something, That's wonderful. So I love that. I think it will go places. So get busy, Tony. Promote this.
I'm going to make it even more.
I would love, if you are in my general area, to come in and meet the individual with whom you're visiting. So if that's possible, to kind of alert us when you're in the area.
Oh, yeah.
I would absolutely love
And so I'll be communicating to Tony anytime that I'm traveling somewhere. So for sure. And that's the thing, like, these will not just be random pop-ins at schools. It's like, hey, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Instead, these will be something that teachers will know a few weeks in advance. I'd love to meet not only the principals at these schools, but the teachers, classmates, whoever it is. Because I know that it's not just the individual teachers that I'll be interviewing that have creative ideas. It's also just the awesome things that are going on in their schools.
Right. Thank you for what you're doing.
So Donnie, Patrice McCray thinks you have a bright future. That's a good place to land this year. So Yana.
Yeah, great idea. When I read it first, I was like, oh my goodness, this is so good. I love it. I'm also praying for your gas bill at the end of this.
I run a lot. So.
But my question is will there be any kind of documentation of the student response towards these notes or creative ideas to kind of evaluate the effectiveness of it?
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Like, one, there's the numbers that go on. We can watch V2 counts. We can see the comments. We can see, not just the, oh look, this got 47 likes on this one video in 10 minutes. Like, there's the numbers game that goes along with it. But on the student side of things, I am planning on following up with the teachers that I talked to as well, to talk about some of the successes that they've seen. And also, I was toying around the other day on the site, adding something where it's like, hey, if you took this teacher's idea and you applied it in your classroom, share a success story. And that can be, I don't necessarily want it to be an open forum where it's just like, hey, put anything you want on there, because, sometimes, like, you might have some hackers or something that hop in there. But the idea of, like, following up on it later, so that way those notes keep getting passed around, right?
Yeah, the other thing that we talked about was families as well. So like even if it's like an elementary school, like Mr. Demby's situation, students who have benefited. If you go, and I highly recommend watching all of his videos, but this video in particular talks about a song that the entire school sings, and it's really an inspirational video that every school student at Jacob knows. I mean, they all know him. So I think that the potential for student impact and also for something something simple that a music teacher can do can be shared easily across the state.
Yeah, and it's meant to be an adaptive project too, right? So, within a few weeks, it's like, oh, I need to add this feature here, that feature there. I mean, anything that helps educators in Kentucky, and hopefully if you're watching and you're not in Kentucky, feel free to visit the site too. But anything that helps educators and students in Kentucky collaborate more, so that way there is more student engagement, more student learning, and better student learning that happens, I'm all for it.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much for your question.
Yes, Dr. Todd.
Congratulations too. You're among good company with the teachers that represent that class of teacher. One, what got you out of Massachusetts to Kentucky? Were you teaching in Massachusetts before you came here?
Oh, no, sir.
Question is, when you go back to the classroom, how does this continue?
So, first question, I grew up in Massachusetts, moved down here in 2000 for college, went to Asbury, well, it was Asbury College when I was there, now it's Asbury University. I refuse to call it that. But, when I was growing up in Massachusetts, I learned that there's more colleges in Massachusetts than people, sometimes I feel like. So just wanted to change, and my senior year just, picked something, a state, that in my mind was the exact opposite of the city of Boston, right? I decided to come down to Kentucky, and immediately fell in love with it. By my senior year of college, I also fell in love with my now wife, who, convinced me to kind of stick around for a while, and it's paid off really well, right? In Kentucky, it's now home. And then what was your second question, one more time?
Where are you from school?
Oh, I teach in Fayette County at Stonewall Elementary School. Yeah.
How will this project continue after you return to Stonewall?
Yeah, so once I get back in the classroom, the idea of being the Kentucky Teacher of the Year, this is my time when I'm serving with the Kentucky Department of Ed, but I'll always be the 2021 Kentucky Teacher of the Year. So anytime that I'm presenting at a conference, or even in the summertime, if I hear about through social media, like a teacher who's doing something pretty incredible, I'm going to keep teachers passing notes going.
And just to elaborate a little bit more on the Kentucky Teacher of the Year program is we are really trying to build on these kind of passion projects with our Teachers of the Year. I think we started a little bit last year with Erin, and of course she kind of got sidetracked a little bit with the pandemic. But she had been doing a lot of work, and then of course wasn't able to complete a lot of that work. And I know she's still working on a lot of projects. And we hope to bring her back as well, because we haven't had a chance to have her kind of but kind of report out on what she was able to accomplish. But then also create like this, we talked about this yesterday with student advisory, and this established alumni group of Teacher of the Year, which Donna, who walked out of the room already, has already done a great job of doing. But also just kind of keeping tabs of all of our Teachers of the Year, and keep them connected to their projects, so that it's not just a one and done project, that it's something that can connect our educators. And again, not just in the areas of Jefferson and Fayette counties, but across the state, so that, we can hopefully encourage more teachers to apply for Kentucky Teacher of the Year, and then also hear from more teachers. It is, obviously a rigorous process. We're going through the 2022 process right now. Expect to have some of the semifinalists named hopefully within, it's June already, so it'll be this month, and then name our new Teacher of the Year for 2022 in September. But there are so many opportunities to nominate and to fill out the application, and so we really want whoever is in this role, and Donnie has been phenomenal working with us really since he was named in October, like right off the bat has been, I want to do this, how can I do this? And so we met with our OUT and our communications department, obviously, and I couldn't have asked for a better employee for the next 6 months. He's going to be great.
Got the badge to prove it.
until he gets into all the cool places, like the Tower Building, you know?
So I did want to check in with our remote members this morning to make sure you have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Piercy if you want to, or if you have a question.
This is Randy, no question, but just keep up the great job that you're doing. It sounds exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Poe. And Tani, any chance that we have to elevate the profession and amplify the voice of teachers is a worthy pursuit. And so we just really appreciate what you're doing. I follow you on Twitter all the time and I'm anxious to find out what at Mr. Piercy's up to. So been following you since you were in Eminence, as a matter of fact. So thank you. You're a great representative for your colleagues across the state. And this is one of those projects I think that will live on. It's already in a good position. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Glad you're here. And at this point, board members, we're going to reset for a student presentation that's coming up. So believe it or not, Meredith said we could have a break. I have 10:06, so let's reconvene at 10:15. And board members virtually, we'll pause the recording for just a minute and be right back together at 10:15. So much. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to talk with Mr. Piercy and catch up with him and that great work. At this point, we're going to transition to a really exciting presentation from some students who are joining us today. And to introduce the Commissioner Student Advisory Council Equity Project are Dr. Thomas Woods Tucker, our own Chief Equity Officer, along with Tony Constantman, our Communications Director.
Thank you, Chair Young. So before our students talk about the Kentucky Equity Project video, I wanted to just give you a little bit of an overview of how this began. So shortly after Dr. Woods Tucker joined the department last fall, of course, he is a regular at our Student Advisory Council meetings, and our Student Advisory Council members had messaged me in January and said, we would really like to do a video. We're not sure how or what, but we want to kind of convey some of the messages about equity versus equality and what those things mean. And because we want to share our message from a student voice perspective with other schools and other students across the state. So that email came from Ms. Anastasia, South Oldham High School, and you'll hear from her in just a minute. And then through that process, we were able to work with our Student Advisory Council members to create a video. Working with our video team, Megan did a lot of the editing, and also the communications team to put it together. And I wanted to have Dr. Woods Tucker talk about his involvement as well, because I know he's extremely proud of this project as well.
Very proud of these outstanding students and the work that they're doing. And it's impressive to see so many of you all live and in living color, as well as our folks who are remote. And I'm equally, again, impressed by the tenacity, the intellect, the passion of our public school students here across the Commonwealth. I am blown away. I know as a teacher and as a principal, each year we can say, and as a superintendent, this is the best class ever. But in 34 years in the greatest profession in the world, this is by far the most impressive group of students I've had to work with. So I think our folks in the Commonwealth should give our students who represent the entire Commonwealth a hearty round of applause. And also the tremendous efforts by Commissioner Glass and by this Kentucky Board of Education to engage students, to genuinely listen to what students have to say. Just blown away. And I could not say enough good things about this group of equity leaders. These are equity leaders who've not been prompted, who've not been taught, and they to think a certain way. They are certainly critical thinkers. They are self-thinkers, and to have such a high-level conversation about removing barriers that have prevented many students, not only across Kentucky, but across this country, from being successful. That's huge. It goes right in line with the commissioner's vision. It goes right in line with the Kentucky Board of Education's resolution to eliminate opportunity for achievement gaps and come up with real life solutions. And so I'm going to turn it over now to these students, or I can go on and on. I'm pretty sure I'm going to jump back in a little later. But let's hear from these true superstars who represent the best that Kentucky has to offer.
Hi, I'm Anastasia Panoritos, and I'm a rising junior at South Alumni High School. So as Tony mentioned, I had sent an email to Dr. Woods-Tucker in January. That was after our October meeting where he told us his story. And it impacted me a lot. It made me open my eyes to how many challenges that I might not personally face, but what other people face. And I was inspired by the idea that race and ethnicity and equality, it all goes deeper than the color of your skin and what you see. It's based on your feelings. It's based on your experiences, and we can learn from that. And so I emailed Dr. Woods-Tucker in January, and I said I would like to do an equity project. Maybe not just one video, but a series of things. And I want this to be a story-based project. I don't want it to be we're sitting down and giving statistics, because knowing our audience that we will most likely be sharing this with, it's high schoolers, it's students in the community. Stories have been shown, or at least in my opinion, to be more impactful than just seeing a statistic. And so we talked about it, and we are going to do a 4-step project, which Anna will now be talking about.
Yes, hello, my name is Anna Williams. I'm a graduated senior from Anderson County High School. So the first step in our whole equity project is basically going to be doing a video. This equity video addresses the difference between equity and equality, where we basically set the line of what equality is and what equity is, and how we can basically dive into those topics separately and figure out how, as students and as schools and as members of the community, that we can target these issues and provide opportunities for students based on their individual interests. Are we playing the video now?
Yeah, we can play the video now. Let's go ahead and if we can, Megan.
It isn't every day high school students get to work with top education officials on a project as important as equity. Hi, I'm Anastasia Panoritos, and I'm a student at South Alumni High School. I'm also a member of the Kentucky Department of Education's Commissioner Student Advisory Council, and I'm working with Deputy Commissioner and Chief Equity Officer Dr. Thomas Woods-Tucker and fellow Student Advisory Council members on a project that we find very important. We are calling this project the Equity Project. It is where we can help you include the topic of equity into conversations that you have around your schools and communities.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Thomas Woods-Tucker, Deputy Commissioner and Chief Equity Officer for the Kentucky Department of Education. At KBE, we believe it is important to address key equity issues in our respective school districts. But before we can do that, we need to talk seriously about what equity is and how it is different from equality. And we need to, more importantly, discuss what equity means to our 650,000 students across the great Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Now that you have met Dr. Thomas Woods-Tucker, let's meet some of the members of the KDE's Commissioner Student Advisory Council.
To improve our public schools for all students, we first must understand the difference between equity and equality. While the terms equity and equality do sound similar, putting one system in place instead of the other can have very different and sometimes detrimental results for our students. I will pass it on to Anna to define the term equality.
Equality means giving each group of people the same opportunities or resources. With a level playing field, everyone can enjoy a full, healthy life, but it can only work if everyone starts with the same place and needs the same things. Now, Gavin will give the definition of equity.
Equity recognizes that each person comes from different circumstances and allocates the resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. This involves trying to understand and give people what they need to live a long, healthy life. And then there's systemic equity. Systemic equity is the process of creating, supporting, and sustaining equity. This involves thinking in new ways and going beyond just helping the individuals by creating large-scale institutional changes. But what does this mean in the real world? And what does this mean to our students? Let's hear from a few of them.
To me, equity means allowing every student in the Commonwealth opportunities based on who they are and supporting them through a variety of resources that they need.
To me, equity means people of any color aren't labeled to a specific pathway of life. It means we all have the opportunity to explore individual interests and have the resources to succeed in our own chosen pathway. Equity can help ensure student success and provide encouragement for all students to become involved in whatever they are interested in.
To me, equity means ensuring that everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed and to take their situation into account. We do not all start on an even playing field, and making sure each person has a fair shot is equity.
To me, equity is giving all students the same chances no matter their race, gender, ethnicity, or religion.
To me, equity means ensuring resources are distributed to individuals in a manner that best fits their needs as individuals, especially for those in minority groups. When it comes to education, I think equity begins, in large part, with the empowerment and inclusion of young people in decision-making at all levels.
To me, equity means having fair and helpful opportunities for each and every person, and allowing them to have what they need to succeed.
There is an equity problem in schools. Many students, especially those who belong to minority groups or identify as members of minority groups, feel alienated and left behind, and they feel as though their voices are not heard when decisions are being made. Systemic barriers impact individuals of racial minority and of religious minority, and so on. The Kentucky Department of Education's statistics suggest over 60% of Kentucky students are living in economic disadvantage. That statistic tells us that the demographic majority faces issues related to socioeconomic class. But individuals of particular demographic groups, minorities, face challenges that make living in society even more difficult. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic's disruption to education as we know it, we have seen just how tough situations are. Students in Eastern Kentucky have dealt with the ramifications of inadequate broadband infrastructure, and students in the west end of Louisville have questioned whether or not their life matters. And the broad range of equity issues exist in communities across Kentucky, in places like Bowling Green, Covington, Crab Orchard, and Lexington too. From as far west as Hickman to as far east as Pikeville. But that does not mean the issue is too large for us to fix.
To get equality, we cannot continue on as we have. We have to make real and lasting changes to our schools and communities. Here are some ideas we believe as people of the Commonwealth you can do to create this change.
You can advocate for and provide more mentorship and internship opportunities for minorities and make people aware of them.
You can encourage school and district accountability systems.
You can provide resources on ways to implement an equitable curriculum and further reinforce the concept.
Thank you for listening. We hope you have a better understanding of what equity is and what it means to us as students. Help us by taking part in our initiative to ensure equity is in all of our schools throughout the Commonwealth.
As you can see, when we did this video and we knew we were going to share it across the Commonwealth, we didn't want to use just students from one county. We had students from Breathitt County, Anderson County, Oldham County, Elizabethtown High School, Hickman County, the Kentucky School for the Deaf, and so many other schools from all over Kentucky. And we wanted everybody to hear a different perspective, because I didn't want it to be everybody from Jefferson County. They shared their ideas. It needs to be spread out because everybody has different experiences based on where they're located. And so I will now turn it over to Caleb for him to address a little bit more about our video.
So first of all, I guess I'll start with saying that I was tasked with highlighting issues of inequity that exist across the state. So we know that these barriers are systemic, right? And so as Anastasia did a really great job of pointing out, our video consists of multiple perspectives. I want to thank the Board of Education and the Department of Education for uplifting student voice, working to ensure that young people are heard, because as I said, I think that that's really where equity begins, the inclusion and empowerment of young people. With that, the video we like to think is a great, let's see here, I guess to say in words, really a great summarization of the purpose and the passion behind our equity project. We included, of course, as you could see in the video, the difference between equity and equality. And we established that. We will continue to establish that difference as we work on this project in the days and weeks and months to come. And I'll turn it back over to Anastasia now. She has some thought that she'd like to.
So Anna is now going to talk about the next steps of our project, which will be more story-based. Because as you can see, this is more of an introduction. We wanted everybody to understand what equity is. Because as Caleb said, many people confuse what equity and equality is. There is a major difference between the two. And so, Anna?
Yes, so I would like to think that podcasts and newspaper articles have become very popular because it has allowed people from the outside to understand other people's personal experiences and hear about the things that they went through and learn from that. So our idea was to create a podcast that basically highlights different experiences and different personal accounts that people around the Commonwealth have had, and basically just interview them and hear about their stories and then share that with the rest of the Commonwealth. I know that we also want to target all ages of students within the Commonwealth, so interviewing younger kids, obviously the topics are going to be a little sensitive, but in a way where they can still understand and still learn from what they're hearing. So we have those two personal accounts that we want to dive into. And then we also want to do a simulation, which Anastasia had the opportunity to kind of experience herself. And would you like to talk about that?
Yeah. So one of the main things that first drew me to the Equity Project was when we met Dr. Woods Tucker. He had asked for us to give ideas and ways for students to get involved in this movement. And it brought me back to, I'm not sure if you guys know, KYA and CUNA, that student government. Every year at CUNA, we do a human rights simulation, and that every year is very moving. We share different stories from students and kids from around the globe. And I thought that would be a great way for the students of the Commonwealth and our communities to get a better understanding, is if we created simulations, once obviously we're more in person, for them to better understand it. And based on different student ages, we change the topic. If it's an elementary school aged group, yes, the topic would still be there, but we'd probably make it a little bit more lighthearted because they still need to be able to understand it. And as we get older, we'll get more in depth into what has happened. And we just want all of our students in the next few years to be able to join the movement and feel comfortable talking about equity.
Excellent. Standing ovation. Congratulations. Very good. Wow. A lot of great information. A lot of big work has happened in just a few months' time. So I'm delighted to hear about what you have going on. Before I give a chance to, for the board members to ask you any further questions, I was really interested to hear what's next. So I love the direction you're going. Caleb, you also said you thought the video was a good summary. I also think it's a good catalyst for these conversations because we want to ground all of the work around a more equitable experience for every learner in Kentucky. So I think this is a beautiful way to get started. Board members, what questions might you have? Lee.
I'm blown away. I just appreciate your wisdom at such an early age and your willingness to take this initiative. I've often thought about writing something about how to change a state that doesn't embrace change, because we're dealing with that. And back when I had my previous position, I was in Eastern Kentucky, and I saw a list of the areas that we were leaders: pink lights, spina bifida, lung cancer, obesity. I coined the phrase Kentucky Uglies because we don't like to talk about the things that we don't do properly, and we have to talk about them in order to solve them. And you're taking that on. And I've also almost come to the conclusion that it depends on you all, because you all are willing to change. You're willing to bring up topics and deal with those topics. And I really applaud your choice to tell stories, because statistics are boring. People can't relate to them. People remember stories. The more stories you tell, the more they will remember one or two of those, and that will help them. So you've done a fantastic job, and I applaud the commissioner for bringing the student voices to this table and the advisory group that he's put together, because it's not easy. And don't get frustrated. It takes a long time to make change, and you're doing it. Dr. Woods Tucker is a great ambassador for what we do, and the fact that he read the email and reacted to that, I applaud you, sir, for what you're doing and the comments that you make. So just keep it up. Just really, really appreciate it.
Not a question, just a comment. I, right at this point, want all of you to agree that you're going to stay in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We need you as you grow into adulthood. We need leaders like you. So I need you to sign on the line somewhere.
We're negotiating contracts.
Dr. Young,
Yes, please, Mr.
I
Johnson.
just want to echo what has been said. That was an outstanding presentation. And Dr. Woods Tucker, I applaud you for your getting this group involved in this. I certainly think it'll go a long ways for us to understand exactly what the student population in Kentucky and all around the nation actually needs in order to achieve our goal of equity and racial, our goal of racial equity and so on. So my hat goes off to this group of young people and Dr. Tucker.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Dr. Ellis.
Yeah, I just want to say on behalf of the CTE, Anna I'm just grinning because she was mine in elementary, and I'm so incredibly proud of the lady she has become, and not surprised a bit. But knowing that you are moving on to U of L, and probably some of your other colleagues, I would call them, on this advisory, I strongly encourage you to continue to carry the torch. Don't stop here. We have an advisory, I've already written it down for Dr. Thompson, and we'll be staffing up our advisory and want to carry it on, want to make those connections. And so any of you, like you, Anna, and the other students who are serving, who are seniors, and I can definitely talk with Tony about this, is really getting your names to continue the work. We don't want it to stop in high school and then it not be moving on with higher ed, because we're doing many of the same efforts in higher ed. So we're working together with professional learning and teachers here at KBE and CPE, but we want to do it with students as well. So I just commend you for the work, and don't stop here. So I'm very proud of you.
So no pressure, Anna, presenting in front of your elementary, your principal. Yeah. Soliana.
Yeah, first off, thank you for allowing me to have my first television review. No, but seriously, being a part of this project has been one of my highlights of being on the council, and I've been on it going on for 3 years now, so it's been amazing. And whenever we do have these discussions, I think Dr. Woods Tucker and Tony and Commissioner Glass can attest to this. We take up the whole time talking about equity, and Tony's always like, okay, let's get the agenda moving, but we don't want to stop talking about this, and that's not only specific to us, but to every student in the Commonwealth. And we all have so much to say about our surroundings and our environment, and whether or not we believe we're satisfied by our education system. And so just continue to uplift those voices, and I'm so incredibly proud. And I have one question going on with that. So could you kind of expand on ways you plan to reach those underrepresented students who are most of the time voiceless and hard to reach? But thank you.
We're going to plan on taking people that we've seen from the Commissioner's Listening Tour and reaching out to all the school districts and having them maybe either send out a newsletter or talk to some students if they have a council or something, and have them spread the word that we're looking for stories that are unique. We're not going to turn anybody down. If if they have a unique story, we're gonna see their story and we're gonna pursue it. It's just a matter of our connections and getting the word out.
I can pitch in there as a chief storyteller. We will be helping our students. I also want to mention that our alumni now of the student advisory under the leadership of Dr. Glass, we are going to have a very active alumni student advisory council membership. They're going to mentor some of our new students that are going to come in. I'm going to get in touch with some of the ones that we've graduated on, have gone on. And then also just getting the word out. Thomas and I have had talks with Rhonda Caldwell at KASA. I'm like, where's my last name? And they have already asked for the students to present this video at their July conference and to have possible breakout sessions with superintendents and also other education leaders. So I think that shows that the conversation is right in Kentucky for this, and that people do want to understand more. And what better way to do that from the voices of our children? So I think it's very, very proud of the work that they've put in. I think you guys will be very impressed with not only the work that they will continue to do as alumni and as continuing students, but also our new 18 members that are joining us who will also be part of this project.
Allison.
As a teacher leader in the state, I want to commend you as students for being willing to stand up as leaders and discuss tough topics. I also want to say that as that teacher leader, I've tried to dive into some of these topics myself over the last few years, and it's not easy. And you will hit some brick walls, and be prepared for those. And sometimes those brick walls are from places and people that you were not expecting it to be from. And that's when it becomes the hardest. Always be willing and ready to reach out to any of us when that happens. We'll be glad to help you through those difficult times. But I also wanted to say, in communicating and trying to get into these districts, always remember that when you're, as much as possible, conferences and face-to-face that you can do, it's much harder to be told no when they're looking at you than it is in an email. So get out there and make yourself available and present it to people as much as possible. And also remember, no is just means another way that you define the S again. So don't give up and keep doing what you're doing. We're very proud of you.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Poe.
Yes, I'd just like to echo what my fellow board members here said. Actually, I was just asked this question by a reporter yesterday with our Northern Kentucky Education Council inclusion work with Dr. Thompson we've been doing. So I wish I would have saw this video yesterday. I would have had a better answer for him. But what I did want to say, and I want to commend these students, and I think the video really pointed out the issue about equity, and that is providing opportunities for kids. And I really truly think what we just heard in that video is more important than the committees that we all sit on, whether that's the Advancing Coalition for Education or the Continuum. We're going to be successful when we meet the needs of our students, and that is making sure that we are providing them with the opportunities of hope, well-being, grit, the things we heard the students speak of. And closing the opportunity gap, as Dr. Tucker Woods has talked to us at CAS and the other places, is making sure that we are meeting the students' needs and personalizing that education. So I applaud these students. I think that they're doing a great job. They're the type of raving students that we need out there. But I would also encourage them not only meeting with superintendents that we talked about, but we need them to also meet with our legislators. You know, there was some very concerning legislation that was just, passed as a pre-filed bill yesterday, to limit the discussion that these students are having and just had with us in our particular classrooms. And if we're going to move forward in this Commonwealth, we must address equity issues, and we cannot silence our teachers in our classrooms on that. So I think our students are our greatest voice, and I would ask us to make sure that we do place them in front of our legislators so that they can hear from the students about how well students can handle these topics, and they can actually handle these topics much better than we can as adults. So I applaud their effort, and I'm willing to stand behind them wherever they go and speak on this particular topic. So Dr. Tucker Woods and Tanya and the students, I applaud you. Fantastic job.
Thank you, Randy. Well, listen, again, thank you so much. Being here today and sharing your individual voices is incredibly important, but amplifying the voices of voiceless students across Kentucky is incredibly powerful. So we really appreciate your grassroots effort to make a difference across the Commonwealth. So like Dr. Todd said, we're counting on you. So thank you very much. We look forward to hearing more about the project as it unfolds.
There'll be a press release going out shortly.
Bye. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Included on today's board agenda is a dedicated public comment segment. Although this time, oh yes, silly. Yes, sorry. I got ahead on this. I even see their faces on the screen. The next item on the agenda is the presentation of the Carom Award for Excellence in Education Policy. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Glass, who will share the award. And also on our screen is Senator Carom, for whom the award is named.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Senator Carom. David Carom served on the Kentucky Board of Education from 2009 through 2016 and again from 2019 to 2020. He's also served for 33 years in the Kentucky State Senate as chair of the Senate Education Committee. During his tenure at the Kentucky General Assembly, Carom championed the passage of the Kentucky Education Reform Act and led efforts for the 4% school tax levy by school districts. The award is given each year to state policymakers, education leaders, or citizens who made notable state-level contributions to the improvement of Kentucky's public education system. Criteria for the award includes demonstrated leadership in policy development, passage, or implementation resulting in increased educational opportunities for students, improved educational post-secondary workforce outcomes for students, or increased capacity of teachers or school staff to better meet the academic, social, or emotional needs of Kentucky students. At this time, it is my honor to announce the 2021 Carom Award for Excellence in Education Policy to Dr. Terry Holliday. I'd like to take a few moments to share what his operator said about his outstanding contributions to policy. During his tenure as Kentucky Commissioner of Education from 2009 to 2015, Dr. Holliday was instrumental in leading the charge for several significant education policy advances, including improvements to curriculum standards and overseeing new policies regarding school improvement. Most importantly, and considering the current or past now COVID-19 pandemic, it was his efforts to establish the non-traditional instruction program a full decade before the pandemic that is most significant. Without his foresight, Kentucky would have found itself in the same boat as most every other state in the country in the spring of 2020. Those states had to begin remote learning in 2020 with no previous experience. The quick reaction Kentucky had to the pandemic would not have been possible had it not been for Dr. Holliday's foresight and efforts. Dr. Holliday is a true policy champion for educational equity. And on a personal note, Dr. Holliday, it's a tremendous honor to connect with you here, and your influence looms large over the state of Kentucky. We are grateful for all of the years of service that you gave to Kentucky and to the Kentucky Department of Education. And I'd like to now recognize our guest, Dr. Holliday. We have Mr. David Cook here, who was the nominator for Dr. Holliday, and we have Senator Erin. So, gentlemen, please. Let's start with Dr. Holliday.
Well, I'll hold up the award and say what an honor to receive an award with such a distinguished name on it. David Carom is an icon in Kentucky public education. I'd heard of Dr. Carom long before I went to Kentucky, and David Carom through the Kentucky Education Reform Act, and then all of his service in the Senate and all of his service on the Kentucky Board of Education, he's made a true impact on the children in Kentucky. So it is quite an honor to receive this award with his name on it. But, you know, this award, while you're giving it to me, I'm not the one that deserves it. during our time in Kentucky, we had such a wonderful experience. I think the board that I worked with and David worked with is equaled only to the current board. What a wonderful group of people from Kentucky that Governor Beshear, the former Governor Beshear and the new Governor Beshear have appointed. And I know that you're making a huge difference in education in Kentucky. David Cook and folks in his office took the innovative online learning, and we called them snow days back then, and really made a national model out of it, and so proud of their work. I would be remiss if I didn't mention I was in Kentucky last week for a very sad occasion to attend the funeral of Mary Ann Miller. Mary Ann Miller, for 30 plus years, kept it together with the Kentucky Department of Education and the Kentucky Board of Education. She worked with some really good people through that time, and she had a few challenges during that time, and I'm probably one of her biggest challenges. She threw those monkeys at me more than I can tell you, and we had lots of good times. She was a wonderful person and such a wonderful leader, and her policy influence was unequaled. And we'll miss Mary Ann, and I just want, since she works so closely with the board, and David and I did want to mention that she's one of those people that we'll really miss and made such a great impact. Jason, Dr. Glass, I wish you well. You're working with a great board. You're working in a great state, and I'm sure you'll do terrific and innovative things. Dr. Young, how quickly it turns around from being one of the best local superintendents in Kentucky to now you're leading the Kentucky Board of Education. And to all the other board members, Randy, I see Randy and other board members that I worked with many years. Thank you all for this recognition, but most of all, thank the staff and the people in the Kentucky Department of Education and the board for all of their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holliday. We also have your nominator, David Cook, here, who'd like to say a few words.
Dr. H., good to see you. I was thinking back to that winter and that legislative session when I think he had it. Dr. Holliday was tired of kids just missing school when it snowed, missing school when there was a flu epidemic, and just tacking days on at the end of school years with no value in them whatsoever. He went over to the legislature one day and he said, we got to do something different, and I have an idea. And that idea was the non-traditional instruction program, a full decade before the pandemic happened. And he explained to them how desperately the need was for kids not. You guys, many of you are from Eastern Kentucky, where 40 days of instruction was missed in some of those winters because of snow. You can't keep up if you've missed 40 days of instruction. And so, better than just simply cutting the days off, he said, we've got to do something that changes things for kids and keeps learning going when school has to be closed. And then March of 2020 happens, and Kevin Brown and the governor said, what are we going to do? And Kevin said, I don't think we have a whole lot of things to worry about because we're already doing it. We just need to expand it a little so that all the districts are able to take a part of it. So, and that's the one that I focused on when I nominated you, Dr. H. But during his tenure, we did Race to the Top. He doesn't want to think about all the nights he and I spent driving around the state and talking to people about what was important about that program. And we have Districts of Innovation because of during Dr. Holliday's tenure as well. So, and now Dr. Glass and our team are getting to embark on the new work of thinking about the future of education in Kentucky. So I lay that on top of Dr. H too, because we wouldn't be able to even think about it without some of the work that my team and the districts that we work with have been doing in competency-based education and everything else to get us ready to have this conversation. So thank you, Dr. H. I've worked for some really great commissioners, including the one I'm working under now. And I'll always think of you as my true mentor. So congratulations, you deserve it. And David Carom, miss you. It's good to see you. Thank you for all that you did as well.
Thank you, David. And we'll turn things over to Senator Carom now for a few words.
Well, first, I would want to say to the board how much I appreciate you extending this award. I did not know who was going to receive the award, Terry, and when I saw your face pop up on the screen about 4 minutes ago, I thought, this is not, you're not getting honored. I'm the one that's getting honored by them giving this award to you. I treasured every moment that we served together. I now really want to, I do really want to head over toward near Asheville on that front porch. I think that's so very famous, and sit down with you. And, you know, I guess I shouldn't say it on a school board thing, but maybe with a gin and tonic and talk about the old times, because I certainly have enjoyed every aspect of serving on the State Board of Education. I appreciate greatly, Terry, you bringing up the loss of Mary Ann Miller, only because of a family health issue. I would have been at the funeral, and I literally had texted and talked to Mary Ann just 2 days before her passing, and when Stephen Pruitt called me and told me that she had passed away, I was just completely taken aback, because two wonderful friends of mine, Kelly Runyon and Lisa Gross, who obviously you know, Terry, had just had dinner with her the night before, and Kelly called me and told me how wonderful the evening they had. And it's just, I mean, I was quite taken aback. And in fact, I had to stop and try to figure out who Stephen was initially talking about. So thank you for bringing her up. She is, was, and will always be, in my time there, the heart of the whole operation. She is awesome. So as I say, the award is, while it says it's going to you, Terry, it's really an honor that you're the one receiving it. And lastly, I would say to the members of the State Board of Education, I recall when Governor Andy Beshear reconstituted the board, one of the things that I was really insistent upon, and I can see many board members that I served with, was that we went around the room, Terry, and asked each person who was appointed by the governor to give more than just a short summary of their commitment to public education, but to tell us really from the heart. And we took well over an hour going around that group of folks, and it was just such a powerful statement as to the commitment that the governor had to appoint folks like this, but more particularly each and every one of those individuals. I'm sitting here looking at Sharon Robinson, who is a neighbor, in essence, here in Jefferson County, and all the rest of the folks on there. What more could the public in the Commonwealth ask for than the membership of the Kentucky Board of Education as it is currently structured? So thank you. Thanks, Lou, for your leadership and for doing this award. And Terry, we really are going to get on your porch somehow. I'm getting over there. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Senator Carom, and congratulations, Dr. Holliday. I think we all have a bucket list item to be rocking on the porch with you and Denise. So we will ask before we come. So congratulations. What a great morning this has been in so many ways. And this is a culmination of Such great work, and your legacy lives on. The legacy of both of you guys live on in the work that's happening here on the board and across the agency and across Kentucky. So thank you so much for your leadership, for your vision, and for spending time with us this morning. We're honored to have you with us. All right. So again, thank you to everyone, and what a great morning. The next item on the agenda does include public comment. Although this is different because we're in a hybrid setting again this time, we wanted to provide, starting a few meetings back, we wanted to provide an opportunity for the public to engage in a formal way on the board agenda. So we began accepting those public comments via email. The board does only review information and feedback about matters listed on the board agenda through public comment. Note that it is not a question and answer session. We are hoping, though, that we'll be back fully in person, perhaps as early as August, at which time we will revert to our format of accepting public comment in person, assuming that we're allowed to do that under the COVID rules at the time. For this board meeting, we have received one public comment via email. The comment received on May 24th is from the Kentucky School for the Blind Charitable Foundation, expressing gratitude to the board for supporting the Kentucky School for the Blind and advocating for additional funding for the school. The comment was sent to KBE members in advance of the meeting and is posted on the KBE portal for public viewing in its entirety. On behalf of all members of the KBE, I want to thank this organization for taking the time to share its feedback with the board, and the state board does always appreciate the opportunity to hear from constituents across Kentucky. At this time, we will dismiss for lunch, and we will reconvene in our committees. I think we're actually right on time, so we will reconvene in our committees at the regularly scheduled time to allow for lunch, as well as photographs and other interactions that we need to handle during that recess time. For those viewing the meeting remotely, the link to the live stream for the Operations Committee is available on the KBE Media portal. Simultaneously, the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee will be live streamed from the original meeting link. Those meetings will begin at 12:15 Eastern Time. And we are recessed. All right, everyone. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks so much to our committees and for everyone for your engagement in those. I would note, Dr. Brewer, that Soliana is out, actually taking a test this afternoon. She hopes to return at some point, and as we mentioned earlier, Dr. Poe is not with us this afternoon either. At this point, though, I'll turn it over to Ms. Bloodworth, who will provide a brief update about the review item they considered in the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee.
Yes, well, on behalf of the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee, I want to thank Jim Tackett for his presentation on the whole school, whole community, whole child framework. Jim has provided materials for all board members about this important cross-agency initiative, and that should have been in your blue folder.
Got it. Excellent. That whole committee got the whole thing. Excellent. Yes. Thank you so much to the committee. And then at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Todd, who will present items for consideration by the full board on behalf of the Operations Committee.
We addressed 4 items, and I'm going to mention all 4 of them. We can have one motion, I think, to approve of those all at one time. We approved the appointment of an at-large member to the Kentucky High School Athletics Board of Control, and President Washington from Kentucky State. On behalf of the Operation Management Committee, we also approved the new district facility plan for Marion County, which was the opportunity that the staff chose to pull that off the consent agenda because there was a difference of opinion between the planning board and the local district board. And we had 2 proposals, and we voted to go along with the district board decision. And quite a few improvements that they have planned for that. And we did comment that the committee, the community was very much in tune with the facilities management. There was a lot of interest. We went back and forth 2 or 3 times before they settled on
final presentation for our approval. So that was approved. On behalf of the Operations Committee, I move approval also of the request from Johnson County to waive the site improvement cost limitation of 10% of the total project budget except for the 702 KAR 4050. One unique thing that came out of that proposal is that in Johnson County, like most of eastern Kentucky, we don't have a lot of flat land. It's going to cost $11 million in order to do site improvements just to be able to begin the process. And it brought into question whether we should look at the 10% fee that is limited, the 10% limit that's set for all of the counties across Kentucky, because there's a vast difference between Fayette County and Johnson County, I'm sure. When we get approved that plan, it's a very robust plan. And then we also moved to approve the 2020 to 2021 local district tax rate levied in Jefferson County. What they moved was a rate over the 4%. It's kind of the maximum. And I was saying that David Carom must be smiling today because not only did they do 4%, they went over a little bit. And there was a little bit of confusion because it was appealed and it's in the Supreme Court right now, but the people who wrote the original statute made it clear that they could go ahead and charge that tax rate, but the county has to be prepared to reimburse if the Supreme Court were to back off of that rate. And so they're prepared to do that and take that risk. So those are the 4 items that we dealt with and approved all 4 of those.
All right, thank you, Dr. Todd. So you're bringing that before the full board for consideration as a motion from the committee? Thank you. Any questions or discussions for Dr. Todd or the Operations Committee? All right, hearing none, Dr. Brewer will call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Yes.
Claire Back.
Yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Yes.
Albert Johnson.
Yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Yes.
All members present have voted.
All right, thank you. And thanks again to Ms. Bloodworth and to Dr. Todd for leading those committees and for the work of the committees in today's items. At this point, we will turn our attention to action and discussion items, the first of which is approval of the 2020 report, 2020 exceptions, and 2022 plan required by 702 KAR 1:115 regarding annual in-service training for school board members at the school district level. And General Counsel Todd Allen is with us today to provide an overview of the report, approval of exceptions, and plan.
Good afternoon. I have with me virtually Laura Cole from the Kentucky School Boards Association. The state statute requires local school board members to complete a certain number of hours of training every year, in-service training. State statute changed a few years ago, so that varies depending on the number of years of service that a local board member has, how many hours of training they are required to receive. However, this board has designated the Kentucky School Boards Association as the entity charged with keeping track of all local board member training and providing most, if not all, of that training to local school board members. So we have a few items before you today that are annual items that we bring. First of all, Laura will talk to you about all of the training that has been provided to local school board members over the past year. She'll also present to you a plan for the upcoming school year to provide those training opportunities to local school board members. And then we'll talk about a few local school board members who need some grace granted to them by the board, by this board, who started their service as a local board member a little bit later in the year, so they need a little bit of additional time to complete those training requirements. And then finally, the very few individuals who have failed to complete their training requirements that we will likely need to report to the Attorney General's office. So I will turn it over to Laura, who hopefully can see and hear us. We can see and hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Todd, and thank you all for having me today. I will make this short and sweet. As Todd mentioned, we have just a few board members that were delinquent this year. So that means that's good that our board members followed through their requirements, but also means it's a short report. This is the report on those that did not meet the requirements, but I do want to point out that by and large, your local school board members are meeting and exceeding their expectations set before them. This report only reflects 2% of all local school board members in the state. And if you remove those that were appointed and therefore didn't have a full year and are granted an extension by statute, that percentage drops to 0.06%. So just less than 1% of school board members is who we are discussing today. I think our staff note was included in your packet, and I'm just going to run through it real quick. The first 2 pages are just the action items as well as just the breakdown of the requirements. Attachment A on the 3rd page just shows the breakdown of our members and a summary report. You can see they in total completed over 10,700 hours of training for 2020. And that was 2,391 hours above the minimum. And I think we can all agree that 2020 was by and large a weird year for everyone. So the fact that our school board members still not only met their expectations but exceeded them really speaks highly. That 759%, that's 89% of all of our members exceeded their requirements during the pandemic. So when we only had one in-person conference and everything else went virtual, we still had almost 90% of our members obtain more credit hours than required. So that's a huge thing for them to accomplish. And just as a reminder, these board members are just like you all. They work full-time jobs, have families, probably were doing some virtual schooling at home with their children, and did all this training on their free time during typically nights and weekends. On the next page is just a showing of what we offered in 2020 to show how many virtual meetings we had. We had the annual conference in Louisville just by the skin of our teeth in February before everything shut down. And then after that, all of our other conferences and meetings went virtual. And you can see there how many hours we offered for those. And then the next couple pages also show just what topics we cover at each of those conferences. So you can see our school board members are not just checking boxes, but they're getting quite a variety of training. Attachment C just shows a breakdown of the requirements that were not met. The members below minimum hours were 23, and as I mentioned, that only reflects 2% of our school board members, but of those 23, 17 of them are eligible for the automatic extension. So that just leaves 6 members that were short of hours and less than 1% of our total board members. Of the additional hours required, 79.75 were due to appointments. So that means only 5.5 hours were not obtained out of all the hours that were required for 2020. So less than 6 hours. That is the fewest number of hours we can remember in recent history. So record-breaking low number of hours. Attachment D, and of course at any time if anybody has any questions, please stop me. I'm just going through this fairly quickly. Attachment D is our list of appointed members. So based on statute, any member that's appointed after March 1st must obtain 1 hour per month of full months served, and then we ask you all to grant them an extension to earn the remaining of their hours for over the next 2 years, and that falls under 702 KAR 115. So this is the list of those board members that fall under that eligibility. All of them did meet their requirements of 1 hour per full month served, except for one, which was Shane Ball, and he is included on the next sheet as falling under the delinquent list. So these all of these members, and as you can see, almost all of them almost obtained all of their 12 hours. So the only ones that were a little low on hours were appointed in like November and December. So they did a really good job of not just meeting the minimum requirements, but also almost meeting all 12 hours. Attachment D is the list of those members that did not meet their requirements. So as you can see, there are 6 members. This report was turned in prior to our annual conference, which was held May 15th and 16th. Our annual conference is usually held in February, so those hours are computed prior to this report being sent over to Todd and his department. But I did want to add that Carmela Fletcher Green and Casey Storm both attended the annual conference and can be added to the members that have completed hours in 2021 to cover their shortfall. We just didn't have that information prior to this report being submitted. So Jesse, Carmela, Casey, and Todd all have already earned hours this year that would cover their shortfall for 2020. Brian and Shane have not. So they are technically delinquent even so far into this year. And so we would ask that those 6 members be granted either the ability for the 4 that have already earned their hours to have their hours retroactive back to 2020 to cover that shortfall, or to be given until July 31st to meet their requirements and retroactive those hours back. The next attachment E, this plan was approved already back in 2019. It's just the plan for 2021's trainings. Of course, with 2020, we learned that things don't always go to plan. So a few of our options have gone virtual, but we will offer most of our conferences this year in person, as long as nothing goes astray. As you can see, the dates for the annual conference were listed as February, but just to make it able to be held in person, we did postpone that to May, and we had a successful conference just a couple weeks ago. And again, we just listed some of the courses and topics that we offer each year for our members. And then the last attachment, attachment F, is the plan for the 2022 training opportunities. Pretty much the same we offer every year: annual conference, our webinar trainings, the law update, our summer conference, our regional meetings, and our winter symposium conference, as well as the topics we plan to offer. So that is my report, quick. And if you all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them for you.
All right, thank you so much, Todd, and thank you, Laura. Board member Soliana Mesfin was not able to join us this afternoon. She had a school-related conflict, but she did have a question that she asked me to pose. I quote, she says, "Thank you, Mr. Allen, Ms. Cole. Hopefully we're in the beginning stages of school districts following the steps of this board and appointing student members. As Dr. Poe would know, there are some districts, such as Boone County, who've done this for years. With that being said, does KRS 160.180 ensure training is provided for student board members? And do you believe student board members would benefit from adult board member training, or would there have to be any modifications?" So we'll start with Todd, and Laura, if you want to chime in, you may.
Soliana poses an excellent question that we
Yes.
can look into and get back with her. Off the top of my head, I believe the requirements in statute are only for those elected adult board members. I'll defer to Laura as to whether or not they have any non-voting student members who are attending their trainings that they've developed for elected members.
Yeah, we have not had any student board members attend any trainings. Obviously, we are open to anyone that will benefit from trainings, but we have not at this time had anyone attend.
All right, thank you so much. I'll share that with Soliana. Board members, does anyone have any questions for Todd or for Laura? All right, I think the national word for 2020 is grace. So I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the 2020 report, 2020 exceptions, and the 2022 plan as required by 702 KAR 1:115, annual in-service training of district board members. Do I have such a motion?
I so moved.
Thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. And do we have a second?
I second the
Thank you.
motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Dr. Brewer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams. Yes. Claire Batt.
Yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Yes.
Members present and voted. All right, thank you so much. The next action item on our agenda is approval of the 2021-22 preschool grant allotment and funding rates. With us today are KBE Associate Commissioner Greta Hilton and KBE Program Consultant Bill Buchanan, who will provide an overview of the preschool grant allotment and funding rates.
Good afternoon. This is an annual item that we bring before the board each year to discuss the preschool funding rates, the per child funding rates actually. And Bill is going to take us through a presentation of enrollment and per child rates.
Thanks, Greta. Thanks everyone for the opportunity to present the preschool rates today. We do have a presentation to share some slides to help guide the discussion. So we will be reviewing the preschool rates. We'll be providing an overview of the preschool program, discussing how the funding formula works. We'll review the new rates as well as preschool enrollment trends, and then identify challenges and opportunities moving forward. Next slide. The state-funded preschool program provides comprehensive services to 3 and 4-year-olds with disabilities and income-eligible 4-year-olds. Programs are designed to meet the needs of children across a wide range of experiences and abilities in full-day or half-day inclusive settings. Services include meals, service coordination with special education-related service providers and healthcare providers, parent engagement, and developmentally appropriate teaching and learning experiences for young children. In 2016, income eligibility for the preschool program increased to 160% of the federal poverty level. So in the slide, in the example, what this means for a single parent with 2 children, 160% of poverty means a household income of up to $35,136. Each year, the Kentucky Board of Education reviews the per child rates according to statute. A formula is used to provide funds to the schools. And now we're going to review how this formula works. Next slide, please. So KBE uses a formula to distribute funds to the school districts for preschool. The formula is very much like the K-12 SEEK formula, but it's different in the sense that it's not part of SEEK and it's part of the flexible focus funds. The formula is established in statute in KRS 157.317. KBE provides supports to school districts to ensure that data is entered accurately into Infinite Campus. Children with disabilities must have an active and logged IEP, and training is made available to all school districts. Eligible children include income-eligible 4-year-olds and 3 or 4-year-olds with disabilities. In addition, we include in the count children in foster care and homeless children who are considered categorically eligible for the preschool program, according to the McKinney-Vento Act. There's a standard per child rate for at-risk speech and developmental delays, and there's a weighted rate for 3 and 4-year-olds with severe or multiple disabilities. Next slide, please. So the following chart illustrates how the formula is used, how, that is, KBE calculates funding amounts for individual school districts. So this funding scenario shows what happens at the state level to distribute funds to each district. The first column in the chart identifies preschool enrollment categories. So you see at-risk 4-year-olds. The next 3, speech, developmental delay, severe and multiple disabilities. Those are 3 and 4-year-olds with disabilities. In the second and third column, you see enrollment in the fall and in the spring. All right, then the fourth column is the average of those enrollment counts, followed by the rate that you're reviewing for approval today, the upcoming preschool per child rates. You'll notice that they are the same for at-risk speech and developmental delay, and there is a weighted amount for children with severe disabilities. The last column, the 6th column, shows you subtotals and the final allocation to a school district. And this is a hypothetical. It's just to help illustrate how the formula works.
based on an enrollment of 100 eligible preschool students. The funding amounts are determined each year, and individual district amounts are published on KBE's website. Next slide, please. So at the local level, once the funds are received, districts use the funds to support allowable program expenditures. In this chart, you see two columns. The first column provides examples of allowable expenditures. These are not exhaustive. These are not all the Munis Code allowable expenses for preschool, but serve as an example. The second column, of course, is the amount that districts would budget for the state-funded preschool program. And as you can see, and this is typical of most districts, they're investing the majority of their state dollars in teacher salaries and benefits. They must use other funding sources to support comprehensive services, including things like professional development, service coordination, student transportation, classroom supplies. They're drawing from other funding sources, including Title I, Title II, IDEA, Head Start, the child care funding, USDA nutrition funding sources, and so on. Next slide, please. This slide provides the preschool rates between 2015-16 and the proposed rates for 2021-2022. All right, so you'll notice that there is change over time, and the amounts allocated, these amounts, part that doesn't change over time are two things: the amount allocated by the General Assembly and the number of children enrolled in the program. You see a significant increase in the per child rates for the final year, the 2021-2022 year, indicating a significant drop in enrollment, and that's what we're going to talk about next. Next, we're going to review preschool enrollment patterns over the last 10 years. This chart shows total enrollment between 2010 and 2020 based on the fall count, the December 1 count. As you can see, enrollment dropped over the past year due to the pandemic from around 21,649 students to 15,424 students. According to the National Institute for Early Education and Research, of COVID-19 impacts on preschool enrollment and spending, most states reported some drop in enrollment. Of those at the time of the study with data, they reported between 15 and 41% drop in enrollment in 2020. And reasons include things like limited in-person options, concerns about safety, and funding cuts. I want to be clear today, Kentucky did not cut funding to preschool. Programs received a level amount of funding from the General Assembly, about $84.5 million. Next slide, please. So this is just another way of looking at the enrollment over the same 10-year period. The solid blue line illustrates the number of children with disabilities enrolled in the program. And the dotted line, the dotted green line, indicates the number of at-risk 4-year-olds enrolled in the program at the same time. Not included in this count are an additional 2,111 non-eligible students. Additional students may be served on a space available basis. So, moving forward, there are at least, I think the data suggests at least two challenges for us. One is, how do we support schools with recruiting students and providing reassurance to parents about in-person preschool services? The Office of Special Education and Early Learning is working with our early childhood regional training centers to ensure school districts receive support with recruitment and child find activities. Another challenge, I think, moving forward is school readiness. And by school readiness, I mean elementary school readiness, right? All schools must be ready for all children when they arrive in the fall. We know from the data a significant number of preschool students did not receive the benefits of the state-funded preschool program. They did not receive developmentally appropriate activities, engagement with caring adults in a early childhood setting, parents didn't receive opportunities for parent education, including opportunities to develop those parent educational opportunities. And they did not receive home visits. They did not receive opportunities to learn about successful transition to kindergarten. Moving forward, we have opportunities, I think, to provide tremendous amount of support to the state, to our early childhood and preschool programs. Concerning parents, in terms of support to parents and parent engagement, the department is assisting the Pritchard Committee with revision of the missing piece of the proficiency puzzle, a document designed to help districts with implementing best practices. The previous document included a self-assessment tool focused on objectives like relationship building, two-way communication, decision-making that involves parents, student advocacy, learning opportunities for parents to support their child's learning, and community partnerships. In terms of support for teaching and learning practices, the Office of Special Education and Early Learning is providing training opportunities to kindergarten and preschool teachers with positive behavior interventions. At least 12 cohorts have been implemented so far, and these opportunities are announced through Kentucky Teacher Professional Development Bulletin Board. There are many other challenges that we have moving forward that we can meet in partnership with the Governor's Office of Early Childhood, the Cabinet for Health and Family Services, and other early care and education stakeholders. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this information today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the state-funded preschool program.
Patrice, the world's forever kindergarten teacher.
Your funding. Obviously, right now, you have to project that there's a significant increase in number of children coming in from the numbers that we had this past year. But I think it will be different because people will be more at ease sending their child in. One, how do you take into account determining that funding? And two, preschoolers entering into the system enter upon their third birthday, their fourth birthday, so it's a moving target. How do you make certain the funding is available for ones that might come in at any particular time in the school year?
Some very good questions. Concerning enrollment in kindergarten, if I understand the question correctly.
Well, preschool, projected preschool.
For projected preschool. So it is just based on actual enrollment. The previous year's enrollment determines the amount of funding. Right.
So that's
So even if additional, that's right.
Too low.
That's right. You may have noticed that the per child rate increased significantly, right? So that helps soften the fiscal impact on school districts. Because we very much want to preserve capacity in school districts in terms of teachers, buildings, and supports for those additional students when they arrive. As parents become more comfortable with in-person services and students return, we want to make sure that capacity is in place. And school districts may use their ESSER funds, of course, in addition to the state dollars, to make sure that happens.
So it's important to remember that that $5,000 high point is more of a function of the low number of students who were enrolled because the allocation remained steady at 84 million. So the fluctuation comes in the number of students who are there.
Which has been a long time frustration. Because it's hard to plan for the next year when it's based on, it's difficult. Can I ask one quick question?
Oh, yes, please.
So Bill, how many, are you all seeing really good participation in the cohorts that are offered with the teachers, preschool and kindergarten teachers with the professional learning?
I'm not directly involved in the cohorts,
Sure.
but I understand that there is good participation in them. They're small by design, so I think it's like 10 to 15 preschool and kindergarten teachers involved in these academies, focused on the pyramid model, positive behavior interventions. So what I really like about this is preschool and kindergarten teachers getting to learn content together, developing common understanding, common language, and common strategies for supporting young children.
Great, thank you.
Do you foresee that branching out?
We're using state personnel development grant funds, some big dollars. We are announcing, we're sharing this as widely as possible with school districts, with additional funds and supports, we could sustain this training opportunity into the future.
Sorry.
No, please.
On your slides, on slide 8, where the at-risk and the children with disabilities changes places, and it looks like a lot more children with disabilities. Was there something that happened, like, as far as definitions or anything around 2014, or are the numbers just changing like that?
Yeah, so you'll notice, right, that we, around 2014, began serving more children with disabilities each year than income-eligible 4-year-olds. Again, qualifying based on 160% of the federal poverty level. And so I think there are a couple explanations for this. One would be our improved data collection methods. I talked about the importance of ensuring that we're capturing data through Infinite Campus. I think it can also be attributed to our child find activities, appropriately identifying, enrolling children with disabilities. I also think it presents some challenges for us in terms of making sure that we are effectively recruiting, identifying, recruiting, enrolling, educating, feeding, and supporting income-eligible children in the program. And so that's something, again, as I mentioned, we're working with the regional training centers. Our state is divided into 5 regions. Each region has an RTC to provide support to school districts with things just like this.
Just that.
Do you have any idea of the number of children who are have disabilities who are not being served who might otherwise qualify, but perhaps have not enrolled? Just any kind of idea? Plus the number of kids who are at risk in the at-risk category who perhaps are not being served as well.
So for the 3-year-olds with disabilities, we work closely with First Steps providers to ensure that students who have been identified as having disabilities have an IEP in place by their 3rd birthday. So we're able to have those child find activities implemented. We also, as Bill mentioned, work through RTCs and a variety of other partners to implement child find activities, but there's always going to be a number of students that for one reason or another we're unable to locate. We hope that we keep that to a very minimum because we do have some really good efforts with many of our partners and other entities across the state at identifying children with special needs.
So in terms of the numbers, do you have any idea what those are? I mean, just looking at initial enrollment in kindergarten as opposed to what was enrolled in preschool.
No, we don't have a specific number for kids who have a disability that's not being serviced. Obviously, if a student has a disability, we know about it. We try to remain on that. But there's no huge influx of students, if you will, from preschool into kindergarten, right? And we hope to see a decline in the number of students who have developmental delays by their 9th birthday. So we would hope that the number of students with disabilities would decrease over time. That's not always been the case, though. But we don't have any glaring data that would say, oh my goodness, we have all these kids in kindergarten who have disabilities that we didn't catch when they were 3 and 4-year-olds.
I might answer that at the district level, that can actually be somewhat more precise. Retrospectively, looking at your 5-year-olds and then how they compare to 3-year-olds. But at the district level, we're also working with the Department of Vital Statistics to look at live births and trying to track what those 3-year-old enrollments might look like in addition to support from First Steps and Head Start and others. So, I also have a question from Ms. Messman to you. She says, thank you for the report. As we have seen based on the data, there was a significant decline in state-funded preschool enrollment this past year. I was wondering if students with disabilities are more or less likely to have withdrawn or not attended state-funded preschool this past year. And I think slide 8 answers her question. So it looks like 2,300 fewer students with disabilities as compared to 3,800 fewer students who were income eligible.
That's
I'll share that with her.
I also.
Please.
The First Steps program, because of people not going into homes because of the pandemic, was there a significant decrease in students served? I'm assuming there have been this past year. They would transition into preschool.
I don't have those numbers, but we can certainly reach out to the folks at First Steps and provide you with that information.
Just out of curiosity, I would love to know. To see where we're headed. I think we have a lot of catch up to do for a lot of years now.
I can share a breakdown of the 3s and 4-year-olds with disabilities. What I'm unable to say is how many of those 3s were First Steps, transitioned from First Steps to state-funded preschool programs. So there were 3,737 3-year-olds and 5,348 4-year-olds in the enrollment, the December 1 count we shared today.
How does that compare?
It's really low. Yeah, it's just really low.
Yeah, we're looking at 21,000 in 2019 to 15,000 in 2020, so it's breathtakingly dramatic, I think. And that doesn't portend well into the future. All right, any further questions for Greta or for Bill? Bill, how many years have you been the KBE preschool know-it-all guy?
Well, I've lost track.
That's a lot. All right. Thank you again. At this time, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the 2021-22 preschool grant allotment and funding rates as presented. Do I have such a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve.
Thank you, Jamie. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Joanne. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Dr. Brewer, please call the roll.
Julianne Adams.
Yes.
Claire Bass. Holly Ludwig. Jamie Foley.
Yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Yes.
Patrice McGregor. Cody Polly Johnson.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I see Tracy? This may be Todd. Or Matt. Tracy is. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. At this time, we'll turn attention to action item C, the repeal of 704 KAR 7:120 home hospital instruction. Here with us today in person are Matt Ross and Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney, and then I think we have Tracy Goff Herman, Program Manager online. There she is. I see her.
Matt, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So there are two regulations before you today. One is a repeal, and the other is a new regulation. They're both around home and hospitals. And as we said, Tracy's also on here. This is very much a joint collaboration between the Office of Finance and Operations and the Office of Special Education and Early Learning. That regulation sort of straddled both of our offices, and so about a year ago, before the 2020 session, my office was hearing a lot from DPPs about problems with the home and hospital regulation. I think OSEAL was getting it too. So worked on legislation. So for that session in 2020, House Bill 458 really tried to address the things we were hearing, and some of those things that we heard were in East Kentucky, it's very hard to find mental health professionals that are capable of signing off on applications. So they wanted it to, DPPs really wanted to expand the eligible providers that could sign it, but not make it too wide, so that you had sort of what they felt were maybe inappropriate home hospital applications for children that really still needed to be in school. And then we heard that it was confusing about the sort of the two tracks, because it applies to gen ed kids and it applies to special ed kids. So we wanted to make it really clear that the ARC controls for special ed kids for their placement in the home and hospital, and gen ed kids are done through a review committee that's a separate 2-track process. And then I think sort of the last thing we heard was really that that for the delivery of instruction, it had to be 2 one-hour sessions in person per week in order to get funding. And that just seemed antiquated to a lot of people, and that they felt like there might be more, better ways, virtual. So House Bill 458 tried to address all that, and another thing it did is it repealed the existing statute and reenacted it. So it moved it to a different range. It was sort of housed with some special ed statutes. It moved it to a more general ed kind of thing. So we need to repeal our reg and promulgate a new reg to conform to that to the new statute. So that's essentially what we're doing, and sort of trying to address what that statute did. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Matt? Tracy, anything you want to add?
No, I'm happy to answer any questions or help fill those for the statutory changes or the regulatory changes, though.
So board members, you'll see that we have action C to repeal and action D to approve the new regulatory language that Matt discussed. Any other questions for the team? Hearing none, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the repeal of 704 KAR 7:120 home hospital instruction. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Brewer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Yes.
Claire Batt.
Yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Oh, she may be on the call.
Okay. Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Present, just kidding. Yes. All right, next item on our agenda, back to Matt on the approval of 702 KAR 7:150.
That was the item.
Oh,
So
approval of the new.
new regulation.
Yeah, anything you want to add to that at all?
No, I mean, it's, if you were to look at it, it may look like there's less meat on it, but of course, when you do a regulation, you're not supposed to repeat what is already in statute. So all the things really generally that were in the first reg are still there, except for sort of the modification that I discussed that statute made. I'm happy to go through it section by section, if you'd like to, or any questions.
Any questions about the new regulatory language? All right, thank you. I would ask the board therefore to entertain a motion to approve.
Alvis Johnson to approve.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Meredith, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Yes.
Claire Batt.
Yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Yes.
And Dr. Robinson, would you like to record a vote on the repeal?
I'm sorry. Say again?
Would you like to record a vote on the repeal of 704 KAR 7120?
The previous item, Sharon.
Previous item.
No, I did read the report and I don't.
Okay, we already voted. Would you like to record a vote, or would you like to?
I would like to record a vote, yes.
Okay, do you vote yes then?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I thought I did.
Thank you.
You were off the call. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I thought I did.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank
There's a
you.
little bit of technology problem that I'm trying to solve, so please, I'm just trying to get it fixed.
Been there, done that, Sharon. All right, the next action item for our consideration is approval of waiver of section 5.1 of 705 KAR 2:140, equalization of funding for locally operated area vocational centers and vocational departments. With us today is Associate Commissioner David Horseman to present this item.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As you just said, we're just requesting a waiver on section 5.1 of this 705 KAR 2:140 because of COVID and the potential impact on the individual districts. It's a fixed amount of money, so there's not a fiscal impact, but we felt like that we would need to use previous year's enrollments in order to stabilize the funding. And I've got Kylie Whitaker on to discuss it a little more.
Thank you, David. Can everybody hear me just to make sure? Yes, thank you. We came before the board July of last year to ask for a waiver of section 2 of this reg, which asked us to do a mid-year adjustment using current year data. In preparation for what we expected with COVID, we asked to waive that mid-year adjustment so that it would not be affected by COVID, and the board was gracious enough to approve that in July. We're here to this time to ask for approval to waive section 1 of that same reg, which says that we have to use previous year data, which would be this year's COVID data, in which we took a 13% hit on our FTE enrollment amounts. That varies by school and by program, with many of our hands-on programs being the hardest hit, which would drastically switch a lot of the funding in which different centers receive. And so we're asking to go back and continue to use for the tentative amount that this regulation requires, the 1920 data, and then section 2 will require us to then do a mid-year adjustment based on 21-22 post-COVID data, which we feel comfortable doing. We just do not feel comfortable using the 2021 COVID FTE enrollment data due to the major difficulties we've had with in-person learning this year.
Kylie, there aren't any no difference in numbers of LAVEX for this coming year?
No, we added a new one last year, Taylor County, in the budget language, and Taylor County is now in statute based on who received funding, so there would be no changes in which schools receive funding.
And this will enable you to notify the districts by June 30?
It will, and it'll make everyone feel a lot more comfortable with the numbers we're utilizing to do those tentative allocations.
Board members, any questions for David or Kylie? All right, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the waiver of section 5.1 of 705 KAR 2:140, equalization of funding for LAVEX and vocational departments. Do we have such a motion?
So moved.
Mrs. McCrary, thank you. Do we have a second? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Adams. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Meredith, if you would, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Yes.
Claire Back.
Yes.
Holly Ledward.
Yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Yes.
Patrick McCrary.
Yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Yes.
Are all members present and voting?
Thank you so much, David. Thank you, Kylie.
Thank you so much.
At this point, we will turn to our review items, the first of which is the strategic plan update from Karen Dodd.
Good afternoon. It's great to see you all in person.
Yes.
All right. Tony, if you would go to my slide where we have the dashboard.
and just go ahead and click on that. So I've got 2 updates for you today. First, we're going to look at the strategic dashboard. This is just one page that I want to go through with you. You can go ahead and click on NAEP performance. You all, in the last 2 or 3 board meetings, you looked at measures that we wanted to include in this dashboard. We've just begun the development of this dashboard, so this is just one page that I want to show you just so that you are aware that we are moving forward with this. We're working with KY stats, and we're starting to make some progress here. So you'll see on this page, at the very top, we've got the Kentucky score for NAEP and where we rank out of all the other states. So for this one in particular, 36 out of 50. All the states are listed there. Kentucky will always be in blue, and our surrounding states will be in that yellow or green or chartreuse, whatever you want to call that. Tony, if you could scroll up just a little bit to the drop downs. We wanted to give you a way to look at this in various ways. So on the left there, I'm going to look at another screen to see what that says. It's different ways to look at the states. So you could just look at Kentucky. You could just look at Kentucky and surrounding states, or just the other states. You go over further to the right. Here you can choose 1 or more states to look at. Maybe you just want to look at all states that start with the letter A. Whatever you want to do there, you could choose as many or as few as you want there. Then you have the academic year. We go back to 2011, and as you know, NAEP is taken every 2 years. So we have 11 through 19 here. It was not taken in 2021, so it'll be 2022 before we have another score to add to this. Further to the right, we have subjects, so you would be able to choose from math or reading, and that would also change the banner right there in the middle with Kentucky score and the national ranking, as would the last section, which is the grade. So you could click on 4th or 8th grade. That would also change the graphic below. So that's what we have for you so far, and of course there's all the other academic indicators and non-academic indicators still to be worked through. But I just wanted to share one of those screens with you. The idea is that there would be a main page, the actual dashboard with some graphics on it, where you could click on one of the icons and then drill down into each of the measures like we just did here. So is there anything that you saw that you didn't like, or that maybe you were expecting to see from a page like that on our dashboard?
Is that available to us now?
That is not available to you yet. No, it is very, very beta.
Just a context, board, this is, again, one of the goals that you set forth for me last fall was the creation of this dashboard. So this is not a measurement tool for accountability purposes, but it is a tool so that we can evaluate where Kentucky stacks up on a number of quantitative, academic, and non-academic and non-quantitative measures in relation to other states or benchmarks. So appreciate the partnership that we have with KY Stats and the progress that we've made on this. It still has a lot of holes to fill in along the way. We have a couple of data elements that we're working on that we don't presently have any information on, so we'll have to work on collection of that information as well. But Karen and her team and the folks at KY Stats have worked really hard to try and get something up and running for you, so we just wanted to check in and let you see this.
And Karen, I assume we have a whole bunch of digital data integrity standards and universal design and all of that that applies. So given all of that, when might we launch post-beta?
I hope to bring back a more complete dashboard in August,
Okay.
And then hopefully by October we can say it's good to go public, is what I'm hoping.
With the caveat that we still will have areas where we don't have data that we'll have to collect and say more to come.
Okay, so if we're good with that, the next item I had is just an update on this project, and this is really just for your awareness. As you know, we've got a lot of things going on in the department right now, and Dr. Glass and I discussed putting this in the form of a project. So that's what we've done. I've got my program director who is overseeing this work.
Each of the initiatives is listed there. We meet on a weekly basis, and I've asked for representatives from each of the offices here in the department to attend those weekly meetings so that everyone stays up to date on all of these different initiatives. This is very similar to what we did with the COVID project, as we met weekly and just discussed everything that needed to happen so that we don't miss anything. So doing the same thing here, and as Dr. Glass shared this morning, last night was the launch for the coalition, which was a lot of fun. I know, Lou, you were there. So yeah, so we're very, very excited about this and just keeping the work moving forward. And that's all I have for you.
Any questions for Karen or Dr. Glass?
So just a bit more information. It's often common when you have leadership change and a new commissioner or someone come in, there's a whole strategic planning process that happens right at the beginning of that. And we want to know that we intentionally have not gone at that in that way for a couple of reasons. One, all hands on deck for COVID this past year was one important reason. But the second was that we really wanted to be intentional about engagement and outreach and hearing from Kentuckians around what their aspirations were for education. So all of these efforts around the Coalition for Advancing Education, listening tours, the Start, Stop, Keep survey, the engagement that will happen over the summer with as the Lieutenant Governor's mental health outreach coming together toward that fall education summit is all pointing toward a new direction and vision from which we will then develop a strategic plan around. So it's a slower route, but I think it's the right one based on where we are.
Excellent. Thank you. Sometimes the wisdom is you go slow to go fast. So, Lee.
I had a comment on strategic plans. I initiated a 3-year strategic plan at UK. They used to do 5 years. You can't see that far ahead. And I think I tried to push speed over perfection. I remember Jack Welch years ago when GE was going through the transition to all the new businesses that were coming up and the high speed development of technology and everything. They actually reforecast their report instead of doing the annual plan. And I think it's wise to not jump into a long-term plan. We've got short-term allocations, director deals, and I love the way you're going about it, because when I look at that list of things that we asked you to do, you've already got something well underway. And I didn't notice the thing the students mentioned today. Was that under the mental health piece or the student advisory group? Is that
the equity effort? I think that would fall under the charge that the board put forth around the statement on the resolution on racial equity that then we've operationalized into the work that Dr. Woods Tucker is leading around an equity toolkit. So that's part of that.
I think that's such an important piece. I didn't know it should be highlighted on that list or not.
Yeah, that's an interesting question too, in terms of kind of tracking the deliverables that are not data dashboard appropriate. But
there are certainly equity elements that are built into that statewide data dashboard. So there's an equity lens on that. Mm-hmm. So we didn't get into a lot of the detail around several of those measures, but we have white, non-white, poverty, non-poverty measures, lenses to look at several of those where you see gaps emerge.
And of course, Dr. Woods Tucker has a separate equity dashboard that he's working on. I don't know if he's shared that with the board yet, but that is also something that he's doing. I'm not sure. I haven't gotten an update on that one recently. That one is actually going to be in Infinite Campus, I believe, where ours is going to be public to everyone. His is to those who can see in Infinite Campus. That's my understanding.
I think to continue on that note for just a moment, we do need to have Dr. Woods Tucker come back and give you a full update on where we are in the equity work at an upcoming meeting. I know that that's a priority. And while we were able to present to you, I think, and this winter, what our plans were, I think we can now tell you about where we are and what we we have in place.
Any other questions? All right, Karen, thank you so much for the update. And the next review item is the 2022-2024 biennial budget update. Baseline budget overview and introduction to my new favorite acronym, Karen, ABRs. So I'll turn it over to Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney and Division Director Karen Worth.
That's where it's at, the ABRs. Thank you again for the opportunity to be in front of you today. We're going to talk to you a little bit about baseline budgeting again. We introduced that concept, I think, at the last board meeting. And I think the most important thing for us to understand is Kentucky state government, the way we work, we don't start with zero as our budget. We start with our baseline, which is the funds that have already been appropriated to us from the General Assembly, and then we build upon that in our next biennial budget request. So we're going to spend today's discussion with you. Karen's going to talk about baseline budgeting and start us off on ABRs, those all important additional budget requests. And then we'd like an opportunity to just kind of talk with you a little bit. Part of Karen and I, what we do is we listen to your conversations during the board meeting, and we try to listen to most of the board meeting every single time so we can hear your thoughts about what you think is important and the direction that you'd like to see us heading in. And then when you say something, we hear cha-ching, and that's the dollar sign that we know that we need to kind of jot down, hey, we need to see about money for this. So Karen, I'm going to let you start us off with baseline and ABRs, and then we'll have a little bit of discussion about your thoughts. Thank you, Robin.
And we're going to move pretty quickly through these slides because some of these you've already seen in April when we talked about baseline at the beginning of the process. So basically we have three parts that build our budget request. We have our baseline, which like Robin explained is a continuation of the current funding that we already have. Secondly, which we'll talk about more in detail later, the additional budget request are those funds over and above what your baseline is. And then in August, we're going to touch briefly on defined calculations, and those are just amounts that we have no control over, say rent, utilities, workman's comp charges, that type of thing. So we'll talk more about those in August. I'm just sharing again with you the biennial budget process, the calendar that we're given from the Office of State Budget Director to follow when preparing our budget request. We will have our submission ready for your review for the October meeting, and then we will submit in November according to the timeline set forth by the Office of State Budget Director. Next slide. Again, the baseline, we won't spend a lot of time on that. It's basically broken out into object type and fund source. So you're going to be, we're going to be looking at a budget request that's going to fall under those two classifications. So that's going to include federal and restricted and general funds, as well as personnel and operating.
Karen, if I can interrupt for just a minute. So even though the federal dollars that come to us are not appropriated by our General Assembly, they are authorized to expend by our General Assembly. So that's why when you see, well, they didn't really give us that money, the state legislature, they actually give us the authority to expend those dollars. So when we prepare our budget request, we have to include state dollars that we're requesting, federal dollars that we wish to expend, and then restricted funds as well. So that's why when you'll see, if you ever look at our budget request in total, you'll see all those fund sources in there.
Next slide. As I mentioned, there's several object code categories that we budget in. Of course, personnel, and that includes any professional services. Operating, which is your basic travel, pens, pencils, rent and utilities. And then grants, which are typically awarded to local school districts through the competitive process or through a formula. Next slide. Again, the chart we shared in April, this is a list of our appropriation amounts by fund source. As detailed in House Bill 192, and then in comparison to our previous budget bill, which was 352. Next. Okay, so let's get to the meat of the conversation today, the additional budget requests, or what we call ABRs. So ABRs are those dollars that are needed over and above what your base is. And when those particular dollars are requested, in the budget request process, we have to put them in a certain category. Categories that we have that we can put those requests in. So our first would be growth.
That would be expanding on a current program. So let's say you already have a program or a service that you're providing, and you just want to provide more funds to that particular program. We would categorize that as a growth request. There's also what's called a new request, which is just what it is. It's something brand new that the department has not done in the past, that we would like to request funds to support. And then lastly is the fund source replacement request. That would be for a service or a program that we would want to sustain, but there's a possibility of a loss or a reduction of federal or restricted funds that would cause us not to have the dollars to continue to do that program. So we would request general fund dollars to replace those. Next slide, please. This chart is going to give you the list of priorities that we submitted in November of 2019 for the 2022 KBE budget request. So as you know, in April of 2020, the General Assembly decided to pass a one-year budget for FY21, and the FY22 budget requests and additional budget requests were not considered. I do want to add, though, just on this slide, that one of the requests that you'll see listed is an additional $1.5 million for KSB and KSD, and House Bill 192 does include that amount in each year, 21 and 22, to support the operations at our two state-operated schools. So very, very good news for us. Also, if you'll remember, House Bill 382 provided $140 million. It was appropriated in that bill for full-day kindergarten, but it's only specified for fiscal year 22. Next slide. We just wanted to briefly mention some things that are statutorily required, but have not come with any money. So basically, they say you have to do this, but there's no funds attached. So we just we threw a few on a list here just for your information. Things like standards development, industry search, things that were addressed in Senate Bill 1, 2017, as well as grade 10 ACT testing. So while those are statutorily required, there are no funds attached to those to provide the service. And then lastly, just our key dates again. Next meeting, we're going to dive even deeper into ABRs and set our priorities, and then we'll talk about defined calculations. October, you'll review our submission, and November, we will submit to the Office of State Budget Director. So I'm going to let Robin now get us more into conversations about the ABRs. A question before you do that, if you don't mind. On slide 9, is KTIP not on the list because it is not statutorily required?
I don't. Yeah, so these were just some examples.
Yes.
So we have a lot more than just that.
I was just thinking about my favorites.
Yeah, so we have a lot more than just those. And of course, statutorily required that initiatives or projects sometimes are things that we are very supportive of and are things that we would like to move forward and fund. Other times it's someone else's idea that never crossed our mind. So what we are always looking at is to see if it is a statutorily mandated thing. We try to fulfill that request. It is law, and we are trying to fill that. But sometimes it is an unfunded mandate that we just can't possibly meet. So ACT was one of those that we just couldn't possibly meet. So we did our best to fund what we could, but could not fund all of it. So we have several examples across the Department of Education. Many times Senate Bill 1 being an honor to be Senate Bill 1 because that shows the highest priority of the legislature, oftentimes is an education initiative, but it does not come with money associated with it. So sometimes I don't like to be Senate Bill 1 for that very reason. So let's talk a little bit about ABRs. Yes, Dr. Todd.
Once you submit your budget to the budget office, can you take me through that point in time versus when the actual budget is passed?
Sure.
What interaction do you have, and who does that interaction, and so forth?
Sure. So we will actually continue our discussions with the board in August and October, and you all will kind of nod your head up and down when we get to October for the final budget submission. That then goes to the Office of the State Budget Director, and then the governor actually prepares the governor's recommended budget. So the governor is looking at all executive branch agencies and looking across those agencies on priorities because they have to have a balanced budget, right? So everyone's competing for the same dollars. So that moves forward. That does not mean necessarily that our advocacy and your advocacy stops there if it's not included in the executive branch budget recommended by the governor. So once that happens, of course, it is filed with the General Assembly. There is a bill sponsor. It's filed with the General Assembly, and it starts the process through the General Assembly. So it starts in the House because it is an appropriations bill. Always starts in the House. Passes out of there, goes to the Senate, and then there's usually a back and forth, right? Because nobody agrees the first time. And then we have budgets that have gone to conference committee and pre-conference committee, then on to the governor for either signature or veto. So, and we have a very good relationship with the Office of the State Budget Director. In fact, a significant portion of our budget is SEEK. And so we start in the early summer. In fact, we'll be starting in the next week or so, working with the Office of the State Budget Director's Office in reaching a consensus on the SEEK numbers. So we have certain information that is important for us to share with them, and then they, through the Department of Revenue, also have the property assessment and tax information. And so we sit at a big long conference table and we talk back and forth, looking at trends. You know, some of the information you all talked earlier about preschool and kindergarten and what does that mean with the pandemic. You know, there's likely going to be a bubble. There's going to be people that did not send their kids to either preschool or kindergarten, and then they're going to hit at a later date. So that could create a bubble of kids. SEEK, like other things that we do, is always looking backwards. So we don't want to look backwards at this past experience of the year of the pandemic as we create our budget projections looking forward. So it's a collaborative effort with the Office of State Budget Director in building that, and then they look at the rest of our submission as they build the governor's executive budget.
So then once it goes through that collaboration, it goes to the governor's office. So communications with the governor's office, do they seek input from you before he makes his final recommendation?
They seek input typically through the Office of the State Budget Director, and we provide that input through that. Of course, our commissioner can also provide that input also through the Lieutenant Governor's office. Also, we can provide input that way. So we have lots of avenues that we can advocate for our priorities.
Who tracks what takes place through the budget process with the House and the Senate?
Well, Chuck Truesdale, who is our legislative liaison here, he's kind of the point person tracking all the bills, including the budget.
So he lives outside the conference room door, whenever the conference room.
Yeah, he's a worker. But he's also a finance guy, so it's really.
Yeah, that was one of the great things of having Chuck come to join us, because he had acted as our budget analyst from the Legislative Research Commission for many years before he joined us. So he knows our budget very, very well.
Excellent questions. Thank you.
So let's talk about ABRs for a few minutes. Meredith, can you go back to the slide that had the last additional budget priorities, with the priorities in that spreadsheet? I think it's back one more.
It's number 8.
There it is.
8.
Yeah. So Karen briefly talked about this, and when we talk about our ABRs, again, we are competing with the dollars from across the Commonwealth and trying to get additional money. So we're competing with corrections and health and family services and everybody else that also has really important initiatives that they would like to see funded. We were fortunate through this very strange budget session that we just had to get funds for KSB and KSD, which is really important. We do have still needs at KSB and KSD. One of the things that we don't currently get funded individually is sort of that rank and step. So we'll talk about that when we get to the personnel discussion, but there's still additional needs there. And then we've talked about full day kindergarten being one, but it was only for 1 year. So it's important for us to recognize that even though, yay, we're really glad we got that for 1 year, that doesn't mean the next year that it will be funded. So those are a couple of things that you might want to think about as additional budget requests. Some things that historically have been asked for that we hear from local school districts: transportation costs. You've probably heard that we fund between like 58 to 60% of actual transportation costs to transport students to and from school. That is something that local districts are always very interested in. Not only does it help pay for those actual costs, it also frees up dollars that they are expending right now on transportation to use for other needs. So transportation is usually one that we hear a lot from our local school districts. And then when Carol was talking about new things, one new topic that I hear of great interest for you as a board is the issue of equity. And how are we going to fund equity? So the projects right now that Dr. Woods Tucker is working on, and some of the things that you saw in Karen Dodd's slide related to that, there's not a funding mechanism for that right now. So the passion behind your recommitment to equity is in the form of your resolution, that doesn't have dollars to sustain it right now. What Karen does, I go to Karen and say, Karen, we need some money to do this. And so she, looks through the books and tries to find some money so that we can do it. But really to support it in the manner in which you want to effectuate change, there needs to be some money behind it. So I would encourage you to think about that as a possibility for an ABR. And then another place that we often hear from, and this has kind of been exacerbated by the pandemic, is if we think about the CETS funding. So CETS funding, of course, really trying to always grow that based upon the need of our students and our staff in the local school districts, the use and increased use of broadband and the needs around technology. We're going to a very different look right now. Now, the pandemic has afforded some funds, of course, of which we're very appreciative from the federal government, to be able to pay for all of that. It allowed a lot of schools to go to more of a one-to-one device. Here's the investment. But those funds are going to go away in 2024 at the very latest, and we're going to have lots of continuing needs to support from a technology and broadband perspective. So that's one that also we ask for it a lot, but I think maybe the timing is kind of teeing up good for us because we've proven the needs out in our districts and being able to really switch to go to remote learning and all that entailed. And then those federal funds are going to go away. We're still going to need those technicians that are out there, those digital instructors out there to continue to show the best way to deliver the instruction and replacement of devices. I mean, they're going to last for so long, and then we're going to have to replace them all again.
And when you buy that many at one time, and
you're all going to need to replace it at the same time. Exactly. So these are just a couple of. So these are just a couple of things that as we listen to both the local school districts and also listen to board conversation that we see as possible ABRs, but it's really up to the board to come up with other thoughts, things that, I sat and listened earlier to your discussion on social and emotional learning. That's an important piece that I heard you all talking about. Every meeting you have important things that you talk about. So we can make our ABRs list as long as we want to. I would encourage us to think about it from the perspective that it is always good to make sure you're advocating for what you need. It also helps us build a historical record of what we're asking for. Sometimes you don't get it always the first time you ask. And so sometimes that historical record helps us as we move forward. There will be some questions around the use of federal funds and opportunities associated with that. So, and we are afforded broad flexibility with the use of ESSER funds as well as districts, but it doesn't cover everything. Those funds should always be tied to protecting, preserving, and responding to the coronavirus. And so that is a question that districts always have to ask, and we have to ask first. So we can't cover everything, but it will certainly go a long way. So let me stop there for just a minute. I've kind of given you some food for thought, I guess. And what would be helpful is even if you have sort of an idea that you'd like to throw out. What it will allow Karen and I to do is just kind of go back and start costing out some things. And then the other thing that's happening simultaneously is every office in the Department of Education is doing the same exercise. So they are all, going back and looking at what they need for the upcoming biennium, and they're filling out a template for us that's already been turned into Karen. And so when we come back to you in August, we'll also be talking about the ideas from the department that have come forth. So I have a feeling a lot of them will be similar. But if you all have any ideas that immediately come to your head that we can just start working on, that would be really helpful.
So I have some lobs for you.
Okay, great.
We're thinking about it since we had our agenda call. So certainly, as you noted earlier, equity is important to this board, and thinking about equity with first step, assigning a chief equity officer, only a first step. Now the heavy lifting actually begins. So thinking about support for Dr. Woods Tucker in that work, and specifically around the Kentucky Academy for Equity in Teaching, additional support there. I also had whole child and social emotional learning on my list. I think that's a lot more than a buzz. I think it is really, it speaks to where the nation is in terms of support for children post-pandemic. Certainly full day kindergarten, grappling with that beast. And just for other board members who may not have thought about this a lot, when you think of $140 million on full day kindergarten, districts are paying that now. Only 6 or 7 districts don't have full day, I wasn't good at English, but are lacking full day kindergarten now. So that $140 million, when it plugs the full day hole, then actually opens up a lot of local control and discretion about how to use those additional funds that right now are being earmarked for full day kindergarten. Certainly Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf, they are our schools, and we've made progress this past year, but there's still work to be done. I would also add some support around the Coalition for Advancing Education with an eye toward the future of learning and what that's going to mean in terms of innovation. Robin, I mentioned this to you on a sidebar conversation too, but I would like to have some idea from you and the commissioner around KBE staffing levels. And, we're running an agency on pretty bare bones, and so I'd like some conversation around that as well. Transportation costs, that has the same impact on districts that full day kindergarten funding does, in that it frees up discretionary funds at the local level. Certainly KETS, I would throw in KTIP as part of the conversation as well. Support for our newest members of the profession, and ensuring that they have a good onboarding and induction process, so that the likelihood they will stay in the profession and contribute for many years increases. And right now, I think that's a pretty gaping hole at the state level, but in a lot of districts, they are making efforts to plug that hole, but certainly not in a statewide concerted way. So just as I listen to our conversations, I think those are probably a few of the big hits that we would want to endorse and think about in terms of what assigning dollars to those might look like. And that list is as long as my arm already, but
that's okay. We have a lot of needs.
I'm wondering if we need to, for the professional side of it, for our teachers and national board certification.
So the funding for the stipend, yeah. And so that one that's a good example, Patrice, of one that often just falls on the local board to fund, because it is statutorily required, but at the same time, if no state funds are added to it, so.
I think we could also look at that through an equity lens too, and
diversifying
just the
national
board teachers in our state. All populations are not well represented.
Yeah, yeah, I think that going into the conversation would be really helpful too. And it is a way to professionalize the experience in a career ladder way for our teachers.
I know we've had some discussion around preschool, but I think in terms of equity, preschool offers one of the most, the best ways to help bring about some equity for kids. And, when we look at the long-term advantages offered by kids who have had good preschool experiences, that has a profound effect in terms of equity. So to me, that would be one place. If we can, you know, look at the poverty level at 160% of poverty level, when we have other recent legislation that refers to the poverty level for, you know, say the private school tax credits that, you know, the legislature has passed, you know, adjusting that level might be something we would look at. But also increasing the number of kids that are served and perhaps the length of day, because, you know, when we have high poverty children having to go home midday, it creates some issues in terms of those families.
Hardship.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I think important in that, embedded in the way Claire discussed that too, is this notion if we are moving incrementally toward universal preschool. So by thinking about it in that regard, it's not another $140 million in terms of allocation. Pardon me,
So
Patrice.
so how much control do we have over that as a state, and how much is federally?
Lots of states offer universal preschool.
Yeah. There's actually discussions at the national level right now about funding universal preschool. That's what I was wondering. Funding, but you know that's the next round.
Right.
So we'll see if that pans out.
Is it a federal thing? Is that why we had to look at last year's preschool numbers? Like we can skip a year for vocational schools, but we have
Yeah,
to look
some
at
of that
last year
is,
for-
some of that does come in the way federal funds are allocated, but it's also a Kentucky-based formula too that we've used for a long time, since we were preschool, I think.
So we have state preschool dollars as well.
In talking with many of our local school districts, finding teachers this year is already becoming a problem. And do we have funds allocated toward outreach to try to attract good teachers to Kentucky?
I have something actually kind of to add to that. Something that's come up recently in the teacher world is there a possibility, and it would take funding and it would take time, but to have like a common online job application system where teachers go in and put their application, put their resume, and all that information in one place, where then school districts would put in what jobs are available and you would be able to see everything. Because right now, if you're applying for jobs in Kentucky, every district may have a different application system. Some still have paper application systems. And after 3 or 4 of those, and you've spent a week trying to fill them out and put the same information in multiple places, I'm hearing teachers saying, I quit, I give up. It's too hard, and I don't know about the jobs that are everywhere else. And so if there was one online system that everyone used, it would streamline that process, and it would also make sure that teachers knew of available jobs across the state, because people are willing to move if necessary, but they don't always know what's out there. So it would streamline things, I think, and help teachers be able to apply for more jobs, and it would give a place where districts could go and see who's available then as well, and what their certifications and stuff are.
So, thank you. A couple of follow-ups on that. Related to the effort to outreach for teachers, I wonder how the Educators Rising program is funded, and then what we do around that. So that seems to be a promising approach. And when I was in Iowa, our education reform bill that we moved forward, a large portion of it was lifting up, elevating, and expanding the teaching profession, and that was one element, was creating a common application system. Districts in the state railed against it at the time, but now, almost 10 years later, there's nobody that would go back to the way that they did it before. And it's a relatively low cost. I mean, for a couple $100,000, you can do a statewide RFP and make the entire system available. So it's
We have that one portal. We have
KEPS, which handles kind of the posting side,
but you can't necessarily apply.
But you don't have a universal application, I guess.
What you have to do is you have to require all of the districts in the state.
Right, you don't have to use it, we didn't use it.
Yeah.
And I believe we have.
We do.
That's a deja vu experience. Legislators, when you try to bring up something new like equity, which is very important for this board. I used to tell them, they said we don't need money for new things like that, that's where you spend old money new ways. And they said, well, every inefficiency has a constituency here in Franklin. To wrestle money away from somebody is always challenging. But one area that I would put on the table and probably stretching the equity balloon a little bit broader, is the whole area of AP offerings in some of the schools that don't have AP offerings. Because talking to Jamie at lunch about her brother who's going to be an astronaut on the SpaceX launch, so I'll steal your thunder. Here's a young fellow from Kentucky that's going to be doing something. He had the ambition because he wanted to do it himself. And many kids don't have that belief and won't have that belief unless some teacher puts it in their mind. And I was telling the commissioner that years ago the Science Council did a survey of how many teachers in Kentucky teach math and science who haven't really been trained to teach math and science. And I think that's an area that we need to continue to add to. I think it's an investment in the state, because if we don't have children coming through that can have their own ideas to start new things, then we become the assembler of other people's ideas. And that's not a good place to be, because they'll find those assemblers other places in the world. So I think that's an area that, and there is an investment in it now, and I think there's certainly an interest between CBE and KBE to try to make that fit between high school and college, where some of these children and students can make that jump where they never thought they could make it before. And I think that's a jump we need to have.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes,
Jane.
What about STEM education? Do we provide any type of financial support for school systems who are trying to become STEM certified, or is that entirely a local?
It is a local decision. I don't know of any mini grants or any initiatives at the agency level right now.
Lou, I want to weigh in on some of the issues associated with the education workforce, teacher support, teacher hire. This is a pretty profoundly important development, and certainly bears on the hope of equity through the essential factor of a qualified instructor for all of our students. And I know that we've got a strategic plan associated with this, but I don't want us to kind of pick it apart and just what I want us to do is keep a holistic vision around this and understand that we have got to develop more teachers, and we've got to get them where they're needed, where we have critical deficits in student learning outcomes that we need to address, and encourage the local boards to act more in coalitions around regional hires. And I just think that we can't just keep thinking about it in the same paradigm or the same box that we've always used, because we've got a different problem now. And that is something we ought to talk about during the retreat. But I do see looming a real crisis in the education workforce, not just with teachers, also with principals. Can you imagine districts are having a hard time hiring teachers for summer school just because teachers have been through such a horrific year? They are going to forego the additional income for their families because they just can't. And so it just seems like we got this storm looming on the horizon, and we need to act like we see it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Erin. Several important points. One, too, that I want to make sure that we say out loud, and that is echo out loud, is that we will be talking about this at our retreat. Meredith's already working on, we're laughing that this could be an 11-day retreat. We've got so much to talk about, but further into this. But something else to Sharon that reminds me, we want to find as many connections. Heard Linda Darling-Hammond last week say, talk about blending and braiding. I think we want to find as many connections in our budget requests so that they are coherent. And when I think about the point that Holly made about a national board has equity implications, the point that you make around teacher workforce development and diversification, of course, has equity implications. So how much can we, what efficiencies and synergies can we find if we think about blending and braiding our requests in such a way that it makes a lot of sense for our agency and for our school districts?
I want to be respectful of your time. We've had a great discussion already. You've given us a pretty good list that we can get started on, and we really look forward to coming back in August and talking about it. I want, I don't want to keep going because we could spend 11 days right here now on this. So I just want to check in with the chair to make sure that we're okay.
No, I appreciate that. I'll be sure to give folks a chance for one last quick word. We don't want to leave you with something that is left unsaid. But Robin, we also count on you and Karen to say, to call our attention to what we haven't even thought about yet too. So sometimes we don't know what we don't know.
So the big hole that I hear that we haven't specifically said is professional development.
Yeah.
I mean, think about professional development. That's been a funding request that was zeroed out not too long ago. And when I think of the needs out there in all the areas that you're talking about, professional development for administrators and principals and teachers, those new teachers, teachers that are needing more remote learning, professional development, all those types of things, and we don't have a dedicated fund source for professional development. Now, that's not to say that districts aren't doing it. Districts are doing it at the local level, but we don't have a state dedicated source for professional development.
And is it an effective angle to go at those non-competitive, flex focus kinds of things that already exist in the world?
Well,
extended school services.
And the thing that we haven't talked about is, there's always that debate about, do you try to ask for lines of things, which can be taken away, or do you just ask for more money to go towards seat base, which affords that flexibility to be used at the district level for all the types of things that we're talking about. So I think that's another important discussion that we need to have.
Well, and as we've said often, when you think about the diversity that happens across our state in terms of rural, suburban, and urban, the more decision-making we can push to the local level, the more respectful we are of those kinds of differences.
One quick question.
Sure.
How did the professional development get zeroed out? There
was no allocation.
Yeah, there was just no appropriation for it.
So that's a line item in your budget?
It was for many years. And it was taken away.
Yeah, that's kind of.
You can ask for it in an additional budget request to get back in.
That is fundamental. That's the only thing we're talking about.
I think that the discussion around that, though, Dr. Todd, is the purpose behind it, because when it was stripped away, it was the assumption that it wasn't unnecessary, and it was the funds that could be cut that didn't impact students. And that's a very broad assumption, which is why I think it's important for the conversation to be had on the benefits of the professional learning, around that and the need for that. It was detrimental. It was detrimental at the time.
Those arguments that and how the money was being spent.
Correct, and the outcomes.
There was not much accountability.
Correct, and there was a look.
30 more hours or something in order to get a pay raise. So.
That's right. It was look for an ROI is what the question was.
Allison and then Holly.
In response to what she was saying, that it didn't have an impact on students, I think it very much has a huge, as we all know, but I'll give you a very good example. It became more, because we didn't have funds, it became more of a check it off kind of thing. We have to get our hours, so you have teachers attending professional development. I'd love to see funding come back, because when I first started teaching, I could look for things that I needed that helped me in my classroom. And now, a couple years ago, I spent 3 entire days on social studies curriculum mapping. And I was the EBD teacher and worked with kids with behavior disorders. I don't write IEPs on social studies. Have nothing to do with social studies. And I spent 3 entire days twiddling my thumbs. That impacted my students because there was no funding for me to go find something that I needed. And there still hasn't been. For years, I have not been able to go to professional development that impacted my classroom. But I get my 24 hours in every year. So it very much does impact our classrooms, and I think we have to find the funding for that. So I'm glad you brought up professional development. It's very important.
So Robin, maybe in that theme of blending and braiding, if we think about teacher professionalization as kind of a large notion, back to what Sharon was saying, but also through professional learning and those opportunities as well. Holly?
Does the opportunity for students to repeat this past year, does that impact our budget at all?
No.
No, now, districts will get seat funding for those graduated seniors under that bill. So that is the case. And as far as costs that districts are incurring, they can use their ESSER funds to support that as well. So that is pretty much taken care of. It is kind of a one supplemental year. So, and remember, we're thinking about the next biennial budget. That's going to occur this year, so it'll be the year after that we're planning for.
And Meredith has been kind of keeping track of that. It looks like the percentages statewide are very low.
Yeah.
And that deadline was yesterday.
Yes.
All right.
Luke, can I make a comment?
Certainly.
You brought up earlier staffing at KBE, and I know that it's a problematic situation. I know there are a lot of good teacher leaders in our state that would love to work here, but they have to take a pay cut to be able to come here and work. So I think that's an issue that needs to be looked at as well, because the people here are doing tremendous work that helps everyone in the state. And that's an issue, because there's a lot of good people that would love to have jobs here and work here, but are not willing to move from where they are because of that.
Thank you. We'll add that to our list and discussion when we talk about the staffing that Chair Young has asked us to also provide at the retreat.
Yes. I love it.
It's going to be a destination, we're seeking a destination.
Okay, thank you both so much. I really appreciate
Thank you very much for
the
the
chance to talk
discussion.
through the process too. All right, and do we have Superintendent Horn?
Superintendent Howard.
So the next item on our agenda is a financial report from Ashland Independent. We have Associate Commissioner Kinney here and Superintendent Howard.
So this is our regular report that we received from Ashland Independent. If you'll remember, you approved their working budget at less than 2% in February, I believe. And so Superintendent Howard is here to provide an update for us, and I'll also provide a little bit of an update for my staff. Superintendent Howard, are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, most recently our board approved the working budget, and it's anticipated that we'll have about a 6% contingency moving forward. So we've made a lot of headway there, and should be on pretty solid footing moving forward.
Short and sweet, but good for you. That's excellent.
The other thing that I can share just from the department's perspective, we had staff from my office actually go and visit with Ashland Independent a couple of weeks ago, and really just had the opportunity to talk to some of their staff. They had a change in their finance officer, which I think they have a new person on board. He was learning quickly. He will be participating in the School Finance Management Institute, so we're very happy with that. And they are going to keep on their consultant for a little while longer to help with that transition. So we think Ashland Independent is making good progress, and we'll continue to stay in contact with them on a regular basis.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Howard. Really appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good job. All right, now it is my pleasure to turn over the microphone to Commissioner Glass and Chief Communications Officer Tony Constantman for the presentation of the Teresa Perry Compassion Award. She was just here.
She may be setting up the
Cycling.
awardee. I think she is.
All right, I got it. All right. For more than 33 years, Teresa Perry worked tirelessly for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Team KDE, our school districts, and our children. At the time of her unexpected passing last June at age 65, Teresa was serving the role of Executive Secretary to the Commissioner of Education. I'm sad that I didn't get the chance to meet her more, while providing outstanding customer service to internal and external audiences. and always exhibiting compassion and providing positive inspiration for others in the day-to-day operation of the agency. And these are Tony's remarks. So Tony would say, knowing Teresa well as I did, I know that she would tell us not to worry about honoring her when forced to do so. Tony, I'm quoting you. So
Okay.
maybe you can add your part. I was just picking up on knowing Teresa well.
Okay, perfect. Knowing Teresa as well as we all did, I know that she would tell us not to worry about honoring her. And those of you who did know her would know that that is true. But the way that we could honor her is to do something nice for someone else. And so this is KDE's way of honoring and doing something nice for someone else on Teresa's behalf. Honoring someone we work with every day. I'm incredibly proud to have worked on the creation of this award with my colleague Lynn McNally-McNair, our resource management director, and Teresa's family, which include her sister Drew Hawkins, who works for KBE in the Office of Finance and Operations, as well as her 3 children, Laura, John, and Emily. This award will be given each June, every year, to a KDE employee who exhibits the characteristics of professionalism. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought I could do it. I apologize, y'all. The characteristics and professionalism Teresa carried with her each and every day. They will be presented with a glass vase, another ode to Teresa because of her love for flowers. Dr. Glass.
This year we received 15 nominations for this award. I'm extremely proud to announce that our inaugural recipient of the Teresa Perry Compassion Award is Janice Harris, an Executive Administrative Secretary in the Office of Education.
I want to add that today we have 2 of Teresa's children here today, and then also her brother. Obviously, Drew is here as well, but her brother Eddie and her sister Judy are here as well to honor Teresa. Allergies, you all, allergies. Great. Can we get a picture? We're going to try to, Commissioner, could you come up as well?
I can. Janice, why don't you come up? We have a few more things to say about her.
Perfect.
Come up and have a seat. Well, get through all the words that need to be said about this and photos. Janice has served Kentucky's students, teachers, and education leaders for nearly 36 years, 22 of those at KDE. Janice's nominator worked with both Teresa and Janice and said that they are truly 2 peas in a pod, angels on earth, and they were and still are great champions of KDE and the smiling and healthful face of our organization. Janice has worked with KDE's first Equity Division HR team, helped provide quality services for special needs and exceptional Kentucky students for close to 10 years, and has helped all Kentucky students, teachers, and school leader support staff provide ed tech services to KDE staff for our 171 school districts. Janice is a state leader in the NAACP, as well as works in her church with members in need, mentoring hundreds of children, and helps care for those with addiction and those with dementia. She has dedicated her life to making the lives of others better while at work nearly every waking moment beyond. Her nominator also said, like Teresa, Janice represents the best that is within each of us. and what we hope every KBE employee will model in their interaction with other folks at KBE, the districts, and with the general public. She makes me and nearly everyone she interacts with not only want to be a better person, but to be a better person to others. If you can't get along with Janice, well, you can't get along with anyone. Janice lives a life of courage, compassion, confidence, helping others with compassion. Teresa would be so proud and approving for Janice's name to be connected with this award. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I'm almost lost for words, and that's unusual for me because I like to talk. When I learned of this award, I was happy. I said, "Oh, someone's going to get this, and it's going to be great." Because Teresa was a wonderful person from day one. When I stepped in this to KBE, Teresa was there to help and support me, and when I became administrative secretary to Johnny Grissom at first, she was so excited about it. And then when I came to work for David, she said, "Oh, you can handle him." I was nervous because I didn't know what to expect. And Teresa always supported me. We had a running joke about technology. Neither one of us was that technology savvy. Still not to me. She would call me all the time, and she said, "Girl, this just got me all messed up." And we would talk through it, and I told her if I didn't know something, I'd find somebody that did know it. But I love Teresa. She was a good friend. We shared a lot of times together, and in the days before her passing, we talked, and we were sharing life. You know, we were going through COVID, and we were just saying how blessed we were that we could work from home. And she said, "I like this working from home." I said, "I do too, Teresa. I do too." I've often thought about her, and I miss her a whole lot. She was a good person. She was a kind, compassionate, encouraging person. And I'm very honored, very, very honored to be the first recipient of this award. And all I can say is I love you, Teresa. I know you're looking down, girl. You probably cheering me on again. And I just love you, and I just want you to know that. Just thank you all. Thank you.
Can you introduce your family?
I don't have anybody with me
The
today.
Hawkins, yeah, the Perry family and the Hawkins family, though. Did we get to see who they all were?
Oh, yeah, we can introduce them as well, so I'll go ahead, and then I would like to get a picture over here, so, okay, perfect. So Teresa's sister, Drew Hawkins, she works, obviously, as you all know, works in the Office of Finance and Operations. And then her two daughters are here, Laura and Emily Bell. And then also Teresa's brother and sister-in-law, Eddie and Judy Taylor. Thank you all so much for joining us. David, if you'd like to come. Get right over, kind of over to Selena Glenn. All right, I'm running to the stand. Okay, let's have you kind of come in and kind of divide like on an angle a little bit, and then you two, so maybe can come to the side just a little bit.
So much good in that, so much joy.
Yeah.
And girls, we sure loved your mom.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Tony, and for everyone that had a hand in that, and a special thanks to the Perry and the Hawkins family. We'll take a hard turn at this point to the hearing officer's report.
And now the lawyers.
Todd somehow becomes the butt of every joke. Item A is approval of the agency amendment to 703 KAR 5:270 regarding Kentucky's accountability system, along with Todd today, our Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims and KBE Division Director Jennifer Stafford.
Good afternoon. So before we jump into the amendment to the regulation, based on comments that we received, just to note that the standard hearing officer's report is in the board portal, riveting reading for all of you, that gives you an idea, an overview of all of the status of the regulations that the board's previously adopted and where they are in process. This particular regulation is the accountability system regulation that the board previously approved. It's gone through its public comment period. The agency did receive comments, so we're now back before you with a recommended amendment based on the comments that we received. And I will allow Associate Commissioner Sims and Division Director Dr. Stafford to address that.
Thank you. Pleasure to be with you, but wow, what an accurate comment there. Great ladies. We do, I want to mention the first thing up is we do have an agency amendment for this regulation that is done separately as a letter. What that means in the simplest terms is there was a passage of language in the last legislative session that removed the reference to National Technical Panel on Assessment Accountability, which has been abbreviated for many years as NTAPA. And that was our technical advisory panel that advised the assessment accountability program, but it operated through the legislature, through LRC, which is an unusual arrangement. I'm not aware of any other state in the country that's had that arrangement. So in the most recent legislative session, that was removed, and Kentucky's Department of Ed can arrange a technical advisory committee. So we're in the process, we are working with the Center for Assessment to manage that for the department, and we'll be seating some new members on that, and that work will begin this fall. So we need to take care of a language change since NTAPA appears in the regulation, and we did not receive an outside comment during the comment period. We need to just clean that up. It's a little housekeeping, and so you have an agency letter asking for that change. And we would simply replace NTAPA with the generic term Technical Advisory Committee. Those are required in federal law, that when you use an assessment for federal purposes, you do need to consult with technical experts. So that's our first thing.
Thank you. So a technical agency amendment there regarding the new name of what was NTAPA. I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve agency amendment to 703 KAR 5:270 for Kentucky's accountability system as presented. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Lee. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussions, questions for Rhonda or Jennifer? Hearing none, Dr. Brewer, if you would please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Yes.
Claire Bass.
Yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Yes.
Holly Yes. Alvin Johnson.
Yes.
Alvin Johnson.
Yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Yes.
Yes. Cody Polly Johnson. Erin. Erin.
Yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Yes. Thank you so much. And then regarding that same regulation, statement of consideration.
Moving on to that, we do bring for you a regulation that has been amended based on comments received. Just to give you a little bit of the timeline, the public comment period was March 1 of 2021 to March 30 of 2021. The public hearing was held on April 22nd at 10 a.m. We did have a speaker. It was a virtual meeting. We had 2 speakers, in fact. And the number of commenters on the regulation is 9 with 38 comments. And those comments kind of fall into particular categories. So Jennifer's going to give you kind of a little highlight overview of the categories.
around comments, and then we're going to spend some time with the two that got the sort of most feedback to lingering issues.
So the two topics that got the most comments were the transition readiness or the post-secondary readiness component, as well as the minimum end. So we're going to talk about those in depth in just a moment. Other amendments that we bring forward to you in the regulation include formatting changes, sequencing, numbering, things of that nature. A lot of the comments that we received were asking for clarity and understanding. So there are a number of changes and amendments in the regulation, and you will see that in the document that should be in the portal for you, and has the regulation as well as the statement of consideration. And any amendments that were made after the public comment that we're bringing to you are in bold, so you'll know to identify those as bold as well as underlined. So those are very easy to locate within the amended regulation. Amendments included in comments included additional detail, asking for additional detail specifically on the quality of school climate and safety survey and that indicator, as well as the overall standard setting, how we're going to bring everything together into one overall accountability measure. So those, again, were added as amendments to the regulation. The other comments made that were part of the legislative statute that was passed was about the elimination of the growth indicator at the elementary and middle school level. So there was some comments made that they didn't want to see the growth indicator removed, and that was a result of the statute that was passed. So that there was a specific list within the statute that was an exclusive list that could not be added to, and growth was not part of that statute. So that has been removed from the regulation. So that was guided by statute. And then there was other comments made about an advisory group for exceptional children that in the future we will definitely go to for advice as we move forward with the regulation for their comments. So those were, again, some of the high-level comments that were made about the regulation. We want to spend time mostly on the minimum end count and the post-secondary readiness indicators.
And again, we do have a very detailed statement of consideration with the comments as well as this, whether or not the department is amending or not. So that is also in with the portal as well as the regulation that Jennifer mentioned. So I'll kind of lead us through a little bit about the minimum end count. You know that has been a topic all along this process. We had individuals speaking on this. I'll indicate to you who we did have that submitted comments. Judith Bradley, who Judith is with Jack B. Bimble group, which is an advocate for students with disabilities. Perry Papka and Bridget Bloom Ramsey, who are with the Pritchard Committee. Marcia Ford Seiler, who is the current, I guess, acting head of OEA. She presented a number of comments, but then also made a couple of comments here. And David Tackow, who is a former KBE board member. So those were the five individuals who specifically talked about the minimum end count. Now, in general, the concern was that to reduce, to move away from 10 per grade, which has been the historic use of counts of students for Kentucky's accountability reporting, that there was a concern there would be a loss of groups showing up in the accountability reporting. Now, I'll remind you what's proposed is 30 per school level versus 10 per grade. We have, however, said that 10 per grade should remain the public reporting benchmark. And I'll remind you as well that when we started this conversation many months ago now, it is about trying to achieve a balance between reliability of data,
when it's used for accountability determinations versus inclusion of students. And so you might think about it along a scale, and you're kind of shifting back and forth to try to find a medium spot to be, a balanced place to be. And obviously, there are commenters who believe our balance should be more to inclusion. The department sort of took the position to publicly report at 10, but to keep the balance a bit toward reliability than being used for accountability purposes, which was the reason for the change. So we did not recommend making the change in this particular piece, but obviously that will be part of your discussion as a board. I'll mention to you that while the primary thing that was mentioned was concerned that there would be a reduction of student groups in accountability, there was a highlight, obviously, concerned with students with disabilities. Most schools do have students with disabilities. So there was a concern that reducing to the 30 at high school will reduce some number of reported groups. And we have shared with you as a board, it does reduce the number at high school. It doesn't make much shift at elementary and middle as we play out the numbers and look at the impact. We also had some comments, a little concern around if you got the counts too low, could you have some schools simply not participate in accountability because they don't have enough students. But remember, federal law requires that every school be included in the accountability system. So the way that works is there are business calculation rules that you go through in your state approval process with the federal government to include every school. So you know we have some language now that says if I don't have enough students in one, or if I don't have enough data for one element, I pull that, I look at redistributing the weights so that I do report on what I do have as a school. So we do believe that the concern that was brought up around not having enough students for particular components to be reported or to be included in accountability actually would not happen because there are federal rules in place that we must include all students, and we must then work through a method to do that. What some states do, if a school is too small, they combine 2 years of data in order to have them to report. But we cannot have a position where schools just aren't reported. That would federally not pass muster as we go through the federal process. So that is kind of, there was also one final comment that was sort of related in this area that there was a request, I think it came from Pritchard, that when schools are setting their goals as required in KRS 158649 for the annual reporting of data, that we also require they to use the data from this system. It was the gap assurances, excuse me. The superintendent gap assurances doesn't specify which data a school can use. And so the request had been to make them use the data out of the state system as part of that. But that has not been the process that has been used, and that's not what is in the elements that in the regulation from Kelly Foster's office as they work with that. So we have not even recommended that that change be made. And because it was, we have historically allowed schools to have more control of what data they use in that process. So let me pause there and see maybe what questions or comments you have for us on minimum ends. Again, we did not bring forward a change from minimum end. We have left it where our last meeting was with you, which is 10 for public reporting, but 30 for a school level for the accountability measures, determining accountability. So, Chair, I'll come back to you and see what kind of conversation I want to have.
Yes, very helpful, Rhonda. Thank you. And if you didn't scroll all the way to the bottom of the attachment on the item, you'll find more details around the statement of consideration as presented by Todd, Rhonda, and her team. So, absolutely time for open discussion on this issue. I've had a lot of conversations and thought about the minimum in count, but we want to make sure that we have a chance to hear from you individually or collectively before we move forward. Just to reiterate, the department's recommendation is the 30 at the level of the school, but public reporting at the level of 10, which has been consistently the recommendation through the process. So I absolutely understand and respect the heartburn and the dilemma that we face, however.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Rhonda, could you also speak to the deliberation that the LSAC put into the
Sure.
10 and 30 questions?
Obviously, it was a topic for LSAC several times. And LSAC also asked us to double check with the federal level on whether a percentage could be used instead of a single count. We had response from our contacts with USED that says, no, it must be a single number. The only flexibility is that states are permitted for particular parts of accountability to ask for more than one number if they have a statistical reason for that, which we felt there was not a statistical reason for that. That would be something that would have to be approved. But LSAC ultimately, with lots of discussion and asking us to double check some things federally, which we have done, ultimately moved forward with where we are as a recommendation. They did not offer, they did not suggest that we make the change back or to stay where we were originally at 10 per grade. So they were in support of the 30 for school and 10 per grade. But again, checking federally if there was some flexibility beyond that, and there is not flexibility on that. It's very defined in the federal law.
I know you've told us this before, but in addition to LSAC, other standing advisory groups that reviewed the recommendation?
SCAC, more than once. LSAC was more than once in terms of conversation.
We also state DACs, DAC Advisory Council.
DAC Advisory heard the regulation. We were also in front of the Student Advisory Council, the Parent Advisory Council, and the Teacher Advisory Council.
And that was a bit earlier in the reg process, not while this public comment period, but a bit earlier in the process.
And the practitioners, the practitioner group.
The Title I practitioners. So most of the groups that we rotate through when there's any kind of assessment change. And again, I think, it's a difficult place because there's not not a clear right or wrong position. We all want to do the right thing. It's not a clear right and wrong position because it is that balance you're trying to achieve between including students, making sure students are in the system, are recognized, that things are occurring that are positive, at the same time making sure the data is strong enough to support something as significant as an accountability determination plan. So it's the balance of where you are along that balance scale becomes just where you put your focus. Mm-hmm. And so that makes it a kind of tough call because it doesn't just, I think, immediately have, well, of course, we should go this path. It's not one of those kind of decisions.
Any questions or thoughts about that in count? Yes, Allison.
Of those that had concerns about certain groups being left out, what were the top maybe 2 or 3 things, specific reasons they were concerned about those groups being left out?
It was concerned, and they did mention students with disabilities, which I know is in your heart always. They did mention that. They were concerned that, many times our students with disabilities, and their opinion, and I'll use this quote, were already undercounted, underestimated, underrepresented. And they were concerned that if we make this shift for 30 in a school versus 10 in a grade, then we do know there are fewer groups that would report it at high school. With reading and math, there's really very little difference at elementary. And in fact, we picked up some additional groups at elementary. There will be more reporting of students at the elementary level. So the concern really kind of focused up at high school because of how we've done the 10 in the past, and we don't test as many grades in high school as well. So it was more a high school, but the kind of comment was just concerned that students just might be sort of left out, that they're not. Now, again, what we would hope would occur from our viewpoint is that you make that public reporting very public. So you're still getting a public look at 10, but you're making your accountability determinations on a higher number of 30. So in our mind, we always package those together. The conversation is more about how the accountability replies and the comments we receive. But in our mind, it's sort of a bit of a package. You're doing 10 for public reporting, you're doing 30 for accountability determinations.
You said you spoke to the Student Advisory Council. Did they have a comment about that?
There was, not in this material we have in front of you, so nothing public, nothing as part of the public comment process obviously came out of that group. I'm trying to remember, Jennifer, I think I did that group, or even I looked at that group, but do you remember if they said anything specific about anything?
Not in my recollection.
I don't remember anything specific. Again, there was quite a bit of conversation with LSAC, because again, LSAC has some superintendents where, they're configured a little differently. They're not just the standard K-5 school or K-6 school. And so that impacts, how many students I need per grade versus how many as a whole, as a school. So there was quite a bit of conversation at LSAC around that configuration that exists for some elementaries.
So just a quick comment on my part, and I'm absolutely confident that I will take some hits on this, but I do believe that it is, for me, a decision around a presumption of good intent on the part of a school district or not, quite frankly. And I believe, as a former school district leader, that school districts are drilling down in these data to the level of the individual student, a student of color, a student of poverty, or a student with disabilities, and using these data at the local level to do what they can to best meet the needs of those individual students. So on that continuum that Rhonda talked about between high levels of inclusion and high levels of reliability and validity, it is a very real struggle. It's also a nuanced conversation, so I'm not sure a lot of people would have even, understood the complexity or the sophistication of the matter at hand. But I am happily willing to accept the recommendation as it falls in this case, given that this question, along with the question in just a minute about percentages around college career readiness and other content areas, for example, becomes akin to splitting the baby in a system, quite frankly, that is flawed. So again, the hits will probably come, but my sights are set on a better system for all kids across Kentucky. And I am extremely optimistic under Dr. Glass's leadership that we will be moving toward an assessment and accountability system that it won't be perfect either, but that really values and measures what matters most to us as a State Board of Education and as a Commonwealth. So it's a tough call, one way or the other. We definitely wanted to open up this conversation to make sure you feel like you've had a chance to weigh in on or vet or answer any questions, hear answers to any questions that you may have still on this item. All right, do you want to split the next baby?
Let's go with the next baby. Jennifer's going to lead us through this one.
Thank you. The next topic that received the most comments was on the post-secondary readiness. And the commenters on post-secondary readiness included Judith Bradley from the Jackie Nimble, Travis Burton, this is from the Chamber of Commerce, Dina Dawson from Jefferson County Public Schools, and Todd Dunn and Michael Gritton. And those were from, one of those gentlemen was from the union representatives. The topic comments, the most comments we got was that the reduction of the weight of post-secondary readiness in the accountability system. Previously, it was called transition readiness, and in the previous system, it included the progress for our English language learners. And both of those two pieces combined to make 30% of the overall accountability system. In the proposal, it has not been amended. The current weight is 20%. And with that reduction of weighting in the overall system, commenters felt that there was a misalignment with the goals of graduating our students to be post-secondary ready or transition ready.
They felt like that a lot of work, a lot of really good work and hard work is being done at the high school level, and that is being devalued in some ways because of the reduction of the percentage of weights. With specifically the goal to prepare our students to be ready for a global economy, in that with the reduction, I feel like that we're moving away from that goal of preparing our students for life outside of high school and de-emphasizing the hard work that they are doing at the high school level. There has been a lot of work to prepare our students for industry certifications and really real-life situations, because the post-secondary readiness has the components of academic as well as career. And a lot of our students and our schools are working with institutions as well as businesses to develop real-life opportunities, such as apprenticeships and co-ops and things of that nature. The other piece that they commented about was that the increase, so part of the percentage from post-secondary readiness went to include rise in the state assessment results for science, social studies, and writing. And with that, they felt like that was not really a good use of that weight, because the correlation between proficiency in reading and math and the science, social studies, and writing were so similar that it's not providing good information or any additional information. So those were the big pieces. But I do want to note that we do have some constraints within the system. There is only so many ways that you can divide 100%. The reading and math at the high school level and graduation rate must be more than 50%. So you really only have 49% in for the other measures. And so with the direction the board gave while we were coming during the development, we've heard from the board that you wanted to increase the percentage of the science, social studies, and writing from what it was previously. So with that increase of science, social studies, and writing, then we had to find those extra percentages somewhere else. Also, with the fact that Senate Bill 158 established the progress on English language proficiency as its own indicator. We had to find percentage, some weight for that in the new system. So whereas transition readiness in the previous system was combined with the progress on English language proficiency, now it stands as an individual component. So that individual component, we've proposed that it is 5%. So to remove that 5% and add to the progress toward English language proficiency, in the board's direction to increase the science, social studies, and writing, it had to come from somewhere. So the proposal is to remain with post-secondary readiness at 20, leaving the other weights the same for progress toward English language proficiency and separate academic indicator for that science, social studies, and writing. So let me stop there and see if we have questions or other comments.
And I'll mention the two gentlemen that Jennifer had mentioned. Todd Dunn is with the local UAW, so he's with one of the labor unions, and Jennifer mentioned the labor union, and then Michael Gritton is with Kentucky Anna Works. That was the group he represented. There were two folks submitting on post-secondary readiness.
Thank you. In addition to the research person in Jefferson County.
That's Dina Thompson.
Dina, yes, right.
And Dina had talked about the correlation. So Jennifer mentioned the correlation. In her mind, putting more weight on the content areas of science, social studies, and writing didn't necessarily give you a lot of new information, because students who do well in reading and math tend to also do well in those other 3 subjects. So that was part of her reasoning for having the weighting be a little greater for post-secondary and less strong on the other. But thinking back to some of those initial conversations back in August of last year, there was also a concern that we think about education a bit more broadly than just reading and math. So we kind of, again, that's where it started, to increase the weights of science, social studies, and writing. But again, as you said, this is a system with lots of little divisions of the pie. And so, again, it's not a clear right or wrong choice here. There's the emphasis really can't vary very much because of the federal rules around reading and mathematics in high school.
So of the 9 commenters, we had 5 who commented on minimum N and 4 who commented on post-secondary transition readiness. And the same question regarding LSAC, SCAC, PRAC, SAC, et cetera.
No, in fact, SCAC had a different recommendation. SCAC wanted to reduce post-secondary to 10%, I believe, and increase science, social studies, and writing, because they believe there should be greater emphasis on that at the high school level, particularly, versus post-secondary. So that particular recommendation from SCAC moved forward to LSAC, the superintendent's group, who said, no, we don't want that. And so then they did not offer any other counter proposal but what was here in the recommendation that's with you today in the red. But there had been some movement in the opposite direction. SCAC had wanted to increase the content area weight versus post-secondary.
Any questions or comments or?
One,
Yes, please.
Question for Rhonda. Rhonda, how many years have you worked in assessment?
Oh, a long time. I have been in some range of either standards-based work or assessment since 94. So I was only 10, you know.
In those years, how many years has there not been a change?
Well, the highlight is about 7 years. We did get some time periods of about 7 years without change. But that was early in the Reform Act and in the CATS version. We've had multiple versions, but typically in the last, since 13, we've really had change every year. So it's been a very rapid change in the last few years. 7 was about the maximum.
Changing landscape. Allison?
You don't have to answer this today, but maybe an email you can send to me. I'd like to know a little bit more about how college and career readiness is determined with our students. As a parent of a child who just graduated a year ago during the pandemic, I've known lots of those kiddos at that age range in just the last couple of years. And I'd be curious with the Student Advisory Council and if they've been questioned on this and how they feel that they're truly prepared for college and career readiness, because what I hear sometimes from administrators and then also high school teachers and then students are completely different worlds when it comes to that. So I hear, we're doing lots of great things in our high schools, and I don't doubt that at all. Sometimes how our students view that, and then once they get out in the real world, looks very different. I'm hearing very panicky children. Of course, during a pandemic, it was probably magnified to a degree as well, but they did not feel. And they use those words. Even my own daughter, all they talk about is college and career readiness. I wasn't prepared at all. And that's very difficult to hear as a parent and then also as a teacher, because I want to make sure, and then as a board member, that we're doing what needs to be done. And I want to make sure, too, that sometimes we're not, again, going back to that checking off boxes and making sure things look good on paper, but that we're also investing in our children and making sure and hearing from those kids that what we're doing is truly preparing them. So just some more information would be wonderful.
I do think it's important to answer the question, though. I mean, we've seen the post-secondary transition points, marks before, but before we vote on it, I think if you would just give Allison a quick rundown.
Sure. Sure. There's 2 categories, academic and career. And both have a menu of options that a student can demonstrate readiness. On the academic piece, there are multiple assessments that if they meet the benchmark, and they have to meet the benchmark in a reading and writing, and then natural science and math. So they have to meet two in academic readiness, and the options are ACT, meaning the benchmark on ACT, the Cambridge International, International Baccalaureate. They can have dual credit as well for meeting those benchmarks. In the advanced placement, and then not in the last bill, but the bill before, was the addition of a college readiness exam. So traditionally in Kentucky we use the Coyote exam. So those are the options for the career readiness, or academic readiness. On the career readiness, there are multiple options as well that include industry certificates, an end-of-program assessment, apprenticeships.
I think there is also, you can do dual credit as well. Are you looking at the list?
Someone just talked in and said dual credit. They're channeling David Horsham in the back of the room.
That was a memory test, people.
Yeah.
But I think Jennifer passed it. But there are, it really, I think where it's evolved over time is there are a menu of choices. So you're looking for an outside measure to sort of validate that a student has attained some kind of mark, some sort of benchmark. So these are typically assessments that are national sorts of assessments or opportunities such as dual credit. And many of our districts have tremendously grown their dual credit opportunities over the last several years. And then again, we've had a shift slightly to this as part of the last Senate Bill 128 that this bill was trying to line everything up with that current legislation. But there are a number of ways. So I think part of it is, do you meet a measure that sort of said you benchmark? Then our students are coming back sometimes and saying, my real world experience was this, which, you know, obviously can feel a little different at that stage in our lives.
Yeah, so good job on the test. So that answers the assessment side of things, so what counts. So now the question is, when that comes into the accountability pie, much better than splitting a baby, thank you. And when it comes into the pie, then the question for today becomes, what, in the high school pie, what percentage then would be devoted to post-secondary transition and readiness? So
20%.
Those metrics then add up to 20% of the total pie. Allison, I think you had another
past it was 30, but keep in mind, in reality, it really wasn't 30 because you had embedded within it the English language learners.
Which is 5?
5. Yeah. So really, it probably was a maximum of, it varied because the way we put English learners in is if you had English learner students, they added in for both measures.
You didn't have the full.
And if you didn't, you did not. So it really varied in a range of how much did it weight on schools. Schools with really large population of English learners, it was more than 10% of the system of their post-secondary was English learner performance. If you had very few, it was a little tiny percentage. But that's not the current status, because the Senate bill changed that by saying it needed to be sort of the standalone English learner piece.
Allison, I think you had another.
Just a quick, and I'll kind of explain how, coming back to the main point we're trying to get today. How are those like apprenticeships and work experience? Is it just that you've completed it and you get a certain point or towards college career readiness? Is there an evaluation of some sort?
This is getting off into not.
And I'll show you don't have to give me a detailed. I'll just
here or online.
I'll tell you why I'm getting. David Horson's behind you.
David may want to add in. I'll start it, David, and he may want to add in for us. When we calculate the accountability, we really just get an indicator. Yes, they're ready. Yes, they're ready in terms of academic, and we have all the academic scores. We get all of that data straight from the testing vendors. So part of being successful on that career side is students would need to have some processes, and part of that probably is some evaluation of the program. When it comes to us, we're getting sort of a yes, the student has met the career piece, and then we're calculating that together to form the accountability teachers at our office. So I don't know, I couldn't tell from back here, even with my reading glasses, if someone is trying to make a
Yeah,
comment.
they sent a link to probably some more information.
Right,
The-
and we can give you that.
That's
Meredith,
fine.
did you have something?
No, Kylie is providing us real-time updates.
Oh,
Channeling our inner
Do you want to share
Kylie.
that here?
I will share the webpage and then Alice and I can follow up with some additional
Okay,
materials.
thank you. The point I was trying to get at is I think we may not need, I'm fine with the reducing the percentage of that, because I think in the long run, the academics are going to help. And having more of that and making sure we're focusing on the social studies, which brings in some of the equity work we're talking about as well, and knowing history and things that have happened in the science. But I also think that, we're doing these things in that percentage. We're saying these kids are college and career readiness, but then the children are having experiences and they're saying, well, no, we're really not. So even if that percentage were higher, we're saying they're ready and they're saying they're not. So I'm not sure having a higher percentage on the accountability system is really giving us a true picture of where they are. I think we need to figure out a way of making sure that the experiences they're having in the workforce, those apprenticeships and those things are truly benefiting those students. And I think that also goes back to our whole childhood community work that we're talking about, is when a student goes out in the work world as a senior in high school and they're working at a business downtown, does that business really know what that child needs? And I'm hearing back from a lot of children that they're just copying papers. They're running and getting coffee for those people. And I'm seeing it in our schools when our kids come from our high school and work in our classrooms. They're at the copy machine all day. They're not working with children. They're not learning the process of becoming a teacher. And I think that's something we need to focus on, is making sure our communities are wrapping around those children and helping them also. It's not just on us. It's on the community to make sure our children are ready.
I think Associate Commissioner Horstman would like to.
Yes.
Yeah, if I could,
Oh,
on the
please,
friendships,
come and join us.
If you want to say.
Sure.
For our viewing audience.
That's right.
For apprenticeships, that is the ultimate. Those are registered apprenticeships in the Department of Labor that we run students through. And when you look at the data, those are the highest performing kids. They're shoulder to shoulder with your gifted and talented. And some of the other ones are, and I wanted, the college and career readiness was such a good tag back when it started here. It's no longer that. It's transition ready, and you're ready for the next step. You're not ready to go manage business. Kids may not think they're ready, but if they take 2 dual credit classes and obtain a C or better, and they have 6 hours of college credit, they're ready for the next step if that's college. And if they have an industry certification, let's say in welding, it's the one that the Department of Transportation uses. They can go out and go straight to work and make $40,000, $50,000, but that may not be their lifelong career. So it's a little different, but there is accountability. It's not just taking a course and making a grade. And these are evaluated also by our industry boards. We have business and education boards that we run the curriculum through, and these certifications. And the comments, I don't know if you know who Michael Britton is in Kentucky, and Works is our Workforce Investment Board of Jefferson County. So that's just not a guy on the street providing that input. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait to hear all about it. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So Leanna, I'll orient you to we are on Hearing Officers Report, Item B, regarding the assessment and accountability system.
Thank you so much.
Open to any further comments, Lee?
I do have a question, I guess I should know this, but you assess the academic and the career as, what causes the student to choose those two? What kind of counseling do they have to give them an indication which way they should go? Does that make sense?
So, Rhonda, this is Kylie. I'm not going to turn my camera on, but I would say, Dr. Todd, that students should not be choosing one or the other. we should be given the opportunity for students to be both academic and career ready in all cases. And I think students are given those opportunities, but it depends on what the students' ILP and their goals say that they're, that they want to do after school, whether or not they really want to pursue some of these different options that are available. So a true career pathway, for instance, should have AP classes and dual credit academic classes embedded within it, in addition to dual credit technical classes, and the student should be both academic and career ready when they leave school. But the measure counts if they're either or. But we encourage all students to be both. And all data from KY Stats shows that students that are both outperform students who are not both. So happy to discuss that with anybody that wants to, but done a lot of research on this, and all students who are both always outperform students who are one or the other.
I had an experience where students heavily pushed toward the career piece when he should have been categorized that early to do that. He was fully capable of doing both. And is it the Swedish system that has this type of mechanism where they provide an off-road where they can, if they do go career and decide they want to go academic, they can do it?
Singapore, for sure.
It's definitely the Swiss system too. I think Dr. Dale Winkler, when he was at the Department of Education, went there, Dr. Todd, and saw that system. But in our schools, we do not track students one way or the other. It's providing opportunities for both.
In Singapore, they refer to it as no dead end.
Yeah, right. There shouldn't be. That's right.
So nothing like a little heavy mental lifting on an afternoon of a long board meeting, but thank you so much for engaging in the conversation. No easy answers here. We do have a recommendation. We also really appreciate the team's thoughtfulness and your willingness to listen to lots and lots of opinions about the work that's going on here. Rhonda, we'll also have some chance to look at some data from this spring's non-accountable accountability system. And I'm optimistic enough that if we have gotten things wrong, that you'll know that, and with those data runs, and that we can certainly reconsider. It is not my intention ever to come out in favor of less inclusiveness, but these are really difficult questions that we are grappling with here as we look at moving the system as it currently exists forward. I long for the day when we have a meaningful assessment and accountability system that informs a child's learning and the work of her teacher, as together she and her parents and her community and the school, much like what Allison was saying, all work together on a community-engaged assessment and accountability system that does, in fact, cause all votes to rise. So, having said that, at this point, the recommendation from the team is to approve the proposed revisions to 703 KAR 5:270 to Kentucky's accountability system as presented in the documents that you have, which would, in fact, leave the minimum in count and the percentage of post-secondary transition readiness as in the last review of the reg before the hearing notices, but with additional changes, technical changes throughout. Do we have such a motion? I'll make such a motion. Thank you, Claire. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jane. Any further questions or discussion or comments? All right, hearing none, Meredith, if you would please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Yes.
Claire Bath.
Yes.
Holly Ledward.
Yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Yes.
Aldous Johnson.
Yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Yes.
Members of the.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
Great to see you.
Thank you. In person.
That's right.
I kind of miss that really fancy material on the chair in your family. You can come over now. Excellent, excellent. All right, Todd, don't go anywhere. The next item for consideration under review is the litigation report.
Thank you. The litigation report should be provided to you in your secure materials. All status updates since the last time the report was provided to you appear in bold font on that. Happy to answer any questions that you may have on the litigation report. No action is required at this point in time, but if you do have questions, we can go into closed session to discuss those.
Anybody need some closed session time? All right. The horseman's out of here. All right. So at this time, we have opportunity for board members to share, and I'm going to put Jamie right on the spot because she and Lee and I had the best conversation at lunch, and has a ton of implications for Middlesboro schools anyway. So, Jamie, what's going on with you?
Well, I think Todd is as excited as I am. I think Todd is very excited. My brother John is going to be the pilot for the SpaceX Dragon going to the International Space Station. Yeah, and it's very exciting. The first civilian trip is in September, but his is the second trip, and it'll be next July of 2022. And he's going to be 66, but he's going to be this civilian astronaut. He's at NASA now training, and I was showing them pictures of lunch, doing his weightlessness training, and he wanted to be an astronaut from a very young child. We grew up on a block that in all had 22 kids. Well, he had the first annual space camp in our side yard, and he got this big plastic drum, and he put us in it one at a time and rolled us down a hill. And if we didn't get sick, then we could be an astronaut. But if we got sick, then we were out of space camp. But he did this every year and always dreamed of being an astronaut, and now he is. So I have connected him with our high school where he graduated from, and hopefully they're going to be doing experiments, our science department, with him from space, working on gene sequencing and all kinds of crazy stuff. So I'm just really proud of my brother.
Yeah.
And it just showed you that you can come from little southeast Kentucky and dream big and do it.
Exactly.
You can do it.
Exactly.
So it's a great lesson for our children where we live. So.
Well, and so cool, and that you immediately, of course, thought we've got to connect it with the high school and get kids involved in learning.
Absolutely.
Love that story.
Absolutely. And our STEAM class, he is setting up a communication time with them because they are already following the International Space Station, but they haven't been able to get a time slot to converse with them. Apparently, that's very hard to get.
Oh, okay.
So my brother's going to line up, communication time between our STEAM class and the International Space Station.
You can just text him.
Yeah. That's what I was like. I'll never mind all the That'll be an experiment. Will the rocket make it that far?
Excellent.
But I'll keep you posted. We're very excited for him because it's his dream come true. So.
Well, if you've never driven into Middlesboro, Kentucky, you need to. It's absolutely beautiful. It's built in a crater, and you drive in, and it just opens up there in front of you, this whole beautiful city. And the big sign says, Middlesboro, Kentucky, home of Lee Majors. It needs to now say, home of Lee Majors and John Schaffner.
You can follow him on Instagram. He's posted all of his training. Just really cool to follow. So we're proud of him. I'm excited most of all for our school children. Who are going to be able to follow him and see that happen.
Well, and they aspire to be the guy who piloted the Dragon.
Yeah.
And they can.
Yeah, and they can.
Awesome.
Very exciting.
All right, thank you. Soliana, we got your questions asked and answered during the session while you were out, so I'll share that information with you. Any updates from you?
No. I mean, just to commend every student in Kentucky that school, for the majority part, is over and it's now summer, and this has been just such a crazy year, and everyone has done their best within it. So I commend each and every student. It is not an easy task, and they went through it and they did it gracefully. So, yeah.
Excellent. Good. Thank you. Any other board members like to share?
I'd just like to commend our teachers as well. And being in conversation with so many who have been exhausted and just totally worn out, but still proud of their students and proud of what they accomplished this year. So my hat is off to them, and I know we all want to give them a round of applause as well.
Excellent, agreed.
Patrice, just to reiterate what you said earlier, Julian, about the graduations for the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf, they were absolutely spectacular and much appreciated for all the effort that went into that. But I would like to officially request that we take the opportunity to have a future board meeting in each one of those facilities.
I love
so
it.
that we can be on site and do some of the tours they requested.
I think that's a great idea, and that was my first time, lifelong Kentuckian, but my first time to be at the School for the Blind, so it was wonderful. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Meredith's gonna make that happen, I can already tell. Done.
Liz, I'd like to speak about,
Yes, please.
I'm originally from Knott County, Kentucky, and
Yeah.
recently they lost their
Kim.
superintendent, Kim King, to cancer. She struggled for many, many years, fought and won the battle many times, but this time it was just too much. But they were going through a difficult time. I've known Kim since I was a little girl. My dad was the director for the local human resources center where the local pool was, and she was his head lifeguard for several years. So I've known her my whole life. Really sweet lady. She is known by everyone in that county, and so they're going through a great loss right now. So I just wanted to mention her.
I'm so glad you said that, and she started as the Youth Service Center Director. Nobody understood or does whole child teaching and learning better, so thank you so much for remembering her, and I echo the remembrances of Mary Ann Miller, whom we lost 2 days before we lost Kim King. So just two amazing women leaders in public education in the state. Thank you. Okay, well, again, thank you, everyone. Thanks for engaging on the hard stuff as well as the fun stuff. Great recognitions today. It was a real treat to honor Terry and honor Janice. So put this one down in the record books. At this point, thank you again for a productive meeting. The State Evaluation Appeals Panel members, you will convene for a meeting after our adjournment today. But at this time, I need a motion to adjourn. Moved. Thank you, Ms. Adams. We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Jane. We have a motion and a second. And Meredith, if you would please call the roll.
Joanne Adams. Thank everyone. It's great to be back together. Yes. Claire Back.
Yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Yes.
Alvis Johnson.
I guess I'll vote yes.
Patrice McCrary. Great seeing your lovely faces. Yes. Cody Holly Johnson.
Yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Yes.
Lee Todd.
Yes.
Lou Young.
Yes, and thanks very much to our remote attendees today. A long day and a tiring meeting, but we really appreciate the effort to be here. Thank you.